I would like to share something with you. If you listen, hear, and try to understand what I'm about to share with you, it will change your understanding of the world in a profound way. I am sharing this with you at what I know to be considerable personal risk. Very powerful people will not want you to see this, and they will likely be willing to do almost anything to stop it, up to and including ending my life. I firmly believe that they will want this video off the web as quickly as possible. However, I cannot allow the powerful messaging such as this, or the indirect threats such as this.
Terence Pritchard didn't have a weapon, and it appears he was cooperating with officers.
Well, he's got his hands slipped there for her now.
He was killed anyway.
Both of which sends the message that they can do whatever they want to you, and you cannot do a thing about it. Either way, my life depends on this truth. You see, the stories like the death of Bob Marley, whether real or fictional, are the types of psychological warfare that have become the new terror weapons against entire populations. Born in the minds of evil men hell-bent on controlling entire populations, enabled inside the pages of print media and online in the pages of hundreds of millions of websites, solidified on every television screen in America. You cannot escape their reach. Do you believe for 1 minute that the CIA could not stop a 79-year-old man on his deathbed from revealing secrets that the CIA did not want published? If the story did not suit their purpose, do you think for a second that they would not have publicly denounced it as untrue? We all see the images and read these stories of uncharged, unarmed deaths of innocent civilians. We all see the one-sided arrests, and we remember. Journalists remember. Activists remember. We all receive the message. If you step out of line, this is what we can and will do to you. This is not freedom. Hang on a minute. There, that's better. I'm not an activist. I am one man, a retired military father, brother, a son, colleague, a friend, and a patriot. I cannot allow any threats, real or veiled, to pressure me into allowing the further denial of my basic human rights and the rights to freely share my concerns for actions taken by my government against me, rights shared by all Americans, denied to me simply because they can. The information I will share is the truth. It is shocking, and it will challenge your view of the world in which we live. This is the truth spoken in a public forum, one of the most dangerous things in American society today. I cannot, as an American, allow veiled threats such as these of the so-called CIA agent on his deathbed, not the threat of their use of unchecked deadly force or their abuse of power, hiding behind the legal shields afforded them by the sacred emblems of the United States to deter me from speaking the truth. The truth is all I have. I speak out in the hopes of deterring them from taking my life, a true and ever-present danger I face every day. You have two choices at this point, metaphorically, of course. You can take the blue pill, signified by watching this video, which will allow you to gain an understanding of my life and, more importantly, the hidden world that is your own, a world hiding in plain sight. Or choose the red pill, which means that you will either turn off this video before it's finished, or you will shut out its facts because you have predetermined that it does not fit into your current understanding of the world. You must choose. Nothing I can say, especially at this point, will change that decision. Moreover, in watching this video, I realize that I cannot teach you anything. In fact, no one can. All I will try to do is provide you with information, and with it an opportunity for this information to be received as communications. The notable journalist Sidney J. Harris. He once described the communication process this way. The two words information and communication are often used interchangeably, but they signify quite different things. Information is given out. Communication is getting through. Back to the blue pill. It only signifies listening, hearing, and accepting the information I will provide. Notice that I did not say believing. I'm not asking you to believe anything I will present, at least not at this initial form, although I firmly believe that based on my own research, everything presented here is factual. I ask you to consider the entirety of the information and resist the urge that will be presented by some to attack a single fact. Consider the preponderance of the evidence. This is also my challenge to you to conduct your own research, to become familiar with the facts that I will present and find additional facts that support what I say, and examine information of those who oppose my views as well, so that you can develop the most informed opinion possible about these truly monumental and deeply disturbing issues, what they have done to me, and what this means to all of humanity. These are advanced technology programs designed to remotely read the thoughts, physiology, and neurological status of human subjects in real time, 24/7, 365 days a year. Remember that this is not just about me. I will present a logical argument for why they are testing this technology and show you solid evidence that suggests that the tests performed on me and others today will likely be used on every American and anyone, anywhere in the very near future. Before we start, let's clarify a few more points. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, although some will immediately label me as such. I will talk about that a little more later. I'm not mentally ill or a delusional tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy nut, as some will undoubtedly say. Nor am I impaired in my ability to reason or to evaluate the social and intellectual complexities of everyday life. I love my country, and I do not hate my government, and consider myself a patriot. In fact, most who know me, if they are being honest, would tell you that I've been that way my entire adult life. Besides, these are not acts of our government. They are acts of individuals who hide behind the authority vested in them by the offices of our government. These are acts of men and women who drape themselves in the flag to get your support, not the actions of an office and not the actions of a country. I am not violent. In fact, I detest violence against anyone where the act is outside of voluntary competitive sports such as football, boxing, and MMA sports, for example. I will not harm myself or anyone else. This is important, especially when a person looks like me is caught up in this unimaginable circumstance and the perpetrators are individuals with enormous power and influence. Recent history in America presents solid evidence that the color of my skin alone is reason for me to be concerned for my safety if confronted by public officials, especially those actors in the United States who have deadly force authority. For me, this is an ever-present danger that I accept as one of the things that I cannot change and I cannot control. I would never use anything but the truth to make my case. For most of you, this information will be inconceivable. I get that. For others, this information will challenge your most strongly held beliefs about what our country's managing organizations are capable of doing to citizens who call themselves Americans. In the final analysis, facts are what they are, and the truth is the truth, even when we refuse to believe it. Simply put, at some point in a child's life, they must learn that Santa and the Tooth Fairy are not who we once believed that they were. Anger, focus on the messenger, and denial by the receiver will not change the facts. Sometimes people lie to us, and they want us to believe that they lied to us for our own good. This has become the mainstay of many inside the United States government. The problem is, after so many lies from our government, how can any of us know when they're telling the truth? So, what does all this mean? In the difficult years leading up to this point in my life, I had experienced a great deal, quite frankly, that I could not have possibly imagined before these insidious programs began. Yet, none of the previous shocking revelations could have prepared me for the most heinous of all revelations, that I am an involuntary human test subject, a victim of non-consensual human experimentation programs. Recently, testing has focused on the area of mind control through a process called remote neural monitoring. Just saying the words involuntary test subject still shakes me to the core. As one of their test subjects, treated like a laboratory animal for medical and psychological testing over a period that perhaps spans my entire lifetime, images of cruel treatment experienced by humankind over the ages seem somewhat tame in comparison, because psychological tortures are scars that take longer to heal. The goal of those who attack us appears to be to torture us until we make a mistake that can be twisted into some false allegations, or until the victim feels that their personal safety is in immediate danger and takes action to protect themselves, or until the perpetrator perceives us as a threat to exposing their program, where they remove us from society based on false diagnosis of mental illness, or incarcerate us based on elaborate entrapment schemes. In some cases, their actions result in the death of the victim in the form of suicide. And sometimes the victim is suicided, meaning the victim's life ends in a way that they make it look like a suicide. At this point, I must state again, unequivocally, that I would not and will not harm myself or anyone else. That declaration is 100% true and important. Please remember it. Before we start, let me tell you a little about me, the person. At the time of this video production, I am 58 years old. I was born Kenneth Wendell Peartree, spelled like this. Some call me Ken, and back in North Carolina, Kenny. I am the son of an uneducated farmer, a sharecropper, from a small rural settlement in eastern North Carolina called Terracea, although my birth record shows Washington, North Carolina, because I was born in the hospital there, the only child in my family to be born in the hospital. I was born free and sovereign, and I am free and sovereign today. I had what I viewed as a normal childhood. Growing up in the South, I played sports, hunted, and fished. It was a simple life. Even as a child, I had an insatiable curiosity for the world around me. I was one of those kids who would always tear things apart to see how they work. Most of the time, I could get them back together. Most of the time. I was very fascinated with how things worked. Anything interested me. Still, I was exceedingly naive, even for a black child in the South with little or no understanding of this incredibly vast and complicated world around us. Moreover, I consider myself as part of the crossover generation, old enough to recall the signs, whites only, and to attend a segregated school until third grade. But fortunate enough to have witnessed the vast changes in American society for some in terms of race relations, even though those changes are uneven. Shortly after graduating from high school, I joined the United States Air Force, where I served in tours of duties in Idaho and Maine in the United States, as well as overseas in Spain and the Philippines, and 2 tours of duties each in England and South Korea. I have one known child, Tanya, who is married with a beautiful family of her own. My relationship with her, I now understand, has also been tragically entangled in this twisted world of manipulated events. In the military, my chosen career field was petroleum logistics, where I worked in all facets of the profession, from aircraft refueling to quality control, operations management, and finally, Senior Division Enlisted Manager in charge of nearly 60 personnel with signatory custodial control of assets valued at $30 million that provided aviation and ground fuel, as well as cryogenics liquid support valued at $19 million per year. My 25-plus year military career culminated in the promotion to the second highest enlisted grade of E8, which is called Senior Master Sergeant in the Air Force, although that was not completely in a straight line. More on that later. I earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in Business Management from Colorado Technical University and an Associate's of Science degree in Logistics from the Community College of the Air Force. After retiring from active duty in July 2004, I was offered a position as a construction superintendent for an environmental management company based outside of Atlanta, Georgia. I was assigned to the San Antonio, Texas office. I was promoted to project manager, where my success, as it turns out by design, caused more problems than benefits. I will get into that later as well. I was subsequently hired by an environmental management firm from San Francisco, California, and was assigned to their Kaiserslautern, Germany office, where I worked as a construction manager. The formalized field in each case was a relatively specialized sector: repair, restoration, and upgrades to aviation and ground fuels storage and distribution systems. Working primarily with aircraft systems, I managed, sometimes having signatory responsibility called responsible officer, for multi-million-dollar government construction contracts. I also earned a license as a real estate sales professional in the state of Florida, where I worked as a realtor for a couple of years between the 2 previously mentioned private sector jobs. I also volunteered in local charities like Paint Your Heart Out Tampa and helped to raise money for Big Brother and Big Sister through the fundraising activities in my military unit. I volunteered for the American Red Cross, an organization that I hold in very high regard. The Red Cross stepped in and assisted me with an interest-free loan when I needed money to go home early in my career after I lost my beloved grandfather. Since that time, I have donated to them nearly every year for a couple of decades as a payroll deduction through the combined federal campaign. In Europe and in the United States, I also helped to raise money for the Red Cross and took 4 weeks off from work with my employer's support to volunteer full-time for the Red Cross to help victims of Hurricane Katrina evacuated to Florida, and later in the same year on the ground in South Florida in support of victims of Hurricane Wilma. The Red Cross did right by these victims, as they did by me decades before, and I was honored to be able to help the Red Cross serve our nations from the front lines in communities hardest hit during this difficult year in our nation's history. I enjoyed my chosen profession. Many of us call POL, which stands for Petroleum, Oil, and Lubricants. The most significant of these professions, the aviation and fuel systems construction management career, was a job that I truly loved because it encompassed everything that I love to do. Aviation fuel was my life. It has been all that I have known professionally since high school. The construction management aspect of this profession was perfect for me because I love to build things, to create, to deliver an outstanding product. What began as a challenging but lucrative six-figure professional career was transformed into a nightmare that was just the start of things to come. Now, in order to go forward, I have to take you back first, back to when I was born. Not my physical birth, but when I was born in terms of enlightenment, which occurred on 29 September 2015. That is the day when I turned a knob and opened a door to a world that was completely unimaginable to me at the time, and one that has become even more horrifying with each passing week of discovery. On that day, reeling from a roller coaster of strange events and seemingly impossible coincidences, I set out to understand what and who was indeed behind all of these strange events. I walked into a coffee shop around 8 or 9 p.m. and began to scour the internet for clues, anything that would help me to better understand the bizarre set of circumstances that had completely destroyed the world that I knew. I had no idea what I was looking for. However, by this point, I had completed my careful process of elimination, a deliberate process designed to exclude our government's involvement. Instead of eliminating federal agencies, to my dismay, my research had confirmed beyond any doubt the sum of my greatest fears, that all that had happened to me was a direct result of government involvement. Yet, I still needed to know why they were doing all these bizarre things to me. Nothing added up. I was sure that I had not done anything wrong, even though by now they had successfully deceived me into believing that my understanding of what happened on 9/11 was at the heart of my problems. However, I was certain by this point that this reason alone could not be behind everything. It didn't add up, and I needed answers. The situation, the bizarre coincidences, were far too sophisticated, perfectly synchronized, and too completely incorporated into all sectors of society that I was convinced that I could not have been the only one. I had been tortured and harassed in 6 countries by this point. The perpetrators acted with complete impunity across international borders, across federal agencies. And no matter who I reached out to for assistance, none would provide a meaningful response to my requests. This, in my opinion, was too big to be designed just for me. You see, I'm a firm believer that nearly everything, with few exceptions, is logical. If a set of events initiated by humans do not form a logical conclusion, then it is my view that we're working with less than perfect information. I set out to find the information that was missing. It was around 8 or 9 hours later, after searching perhaps hundreds of websites, that I stumbled onto a video of this man talking about targeted individuals.
Hello, friends. The U.S. intelligence agencies, in conjunction with DARPA and Los Alamos National Laboratory, have set up a counterinsurgency war that is taking place on a worldwide basis, aimed at potential enemies such as political activists and whistleblowers. These targets are generally people with a very high IQ who are capable of influencing the people around them.
With a little more research into this situation, I quickly discovered that many others had experienced the same or similar problems and bizarre events as I had. The hours and minutes that followed were truly an awakening that changed my understanding of the world that I thought I knew. Although this was just an introduction, at last, from that point forward, I had begun to understand the information made the pieces start to fall into logical order very quickly. Yet I had no idea how big the problem actually was until much later. I had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Since that time, I have learned that I am an unwitting participant in the most elaborate open secret in modern history, perhaps ever. We humans have entered a time in our existence where technology, protected under the blanket of official government secrets, threatened to destroy the world as we know it. I have come to understand the myriad of dots that connect literally every facet of everyday life to the premise that humans can intercept the thoughts of other humans. Everything these programs do seem to involve these primary objectives: gain complete control and predictability of human behavior and know everything about anyone. Through the willing or unwitting participation of mass media, this operation intends to do all of this with our passive agreement, while we, Americans, armed with a distorted, even misguided understanding of what this technology can do, stand idly by as law after law is passed to cement the systems into place. Make no mistake, remote neural monitoring, RNM, is the most invasive technological weapon ever devised by humankind. RNM is fully operational today. If you made it this far, thank you. Now, let's get started. What I will talk about. As we go through this information, please try to think in the mode of how you would imagine that a prosecutor would approach a decision to prosecute illegal activity prior to launching a criminal indictment. The prosecutor would not have to solve the case at the probable cause hearing. He simply needs to show that the preponderance of evidence point to the fact that a crime was committed and that the evidence point to a particular individual or group. In this video, I will make my probable cause argument, and I strongly believe that when taken in its entirety, the evidence is undeniable. I will take you into the history of mind control systems, walk you through the historical phases of mind control research and development, from artichoke to MK Ultra, then to more recent research into methods of influencing the way we perceive what is true and believable in mass society. I will take you through what I see as the 5 phases of control that encompass remote neural monitoring operations, from selecting the victim to removing the victim from the public, even from existence. I will explain how these insidious programs have been hiding in plain sight for the last 5 decades or more. I will show you how this program has operated with an air of impunity that could only be displayed if the perpetrators believe that there was zero chance that they would be held accountable for their crimes. Finally, I will take you through the hell that is my life, from whistleblower to isolated victim, suffering in virtual silence, devoid of assistance from anyone, including family members. I realize and accept that these revelations will challenge the belief systems of some, yet they will confirm the previous beliefs of others. The most important thing to keep in mind as we move forward is one word: facts. I will present the facts, and in some cases I will tell you how I believe these facts affect you and me. I encourage you to research them for yourselves. I recognize and expect that paid attack dogs will find reasons to cast doubt on these facts. Unlimited resources and our tax dollars make it easy to find experts for hire who will say whatever fits the official narrative. Yet I am certain that the preponderance of evidence will be undeniable. The truth can be clouded, but it cannot be changed. With all that in mind, let's dive into the murky world of mind control. The earliest mind control programs that most of us are familiar with are from the previously top secret MK Ultra and Project Monarch files. Subsequent declassified documents allege that MK Ultra programs were terminated in 1966 or 67. Imagine this. What if that program, arguably the most horrific non-consensual human experimentation program in history, never actually ended? What if the previous version of the program paled in comparison to its current successor? What would the United States do or say to hide its active mind control program, for which it is fully aware are illegal and would be considered reprehensible by any civilized human being on the planet? It would be easy and perhaps expected for someone who has no knowledge of what we endure every day to just say that we're crazy. In fact, those are the perpetrators' goals and expectations. Using dissident opposition tactics that appear to be straight out of Cold War Soviet Union, the United States has now taken a commanding position on the globe at controlling all forms of opposition by forcing victims into situations that hold a high degree of similarity to symptoms of mental illness, while deploying tactics that are designed to lead people around us to believe that we are displaying systematic signs of mental illness. However, in the presence of fact, we are simply unwitting participants of programs designed to mimic a wide range of classic mental health conditions through constant and continuous stress, remotely induced pain, and relentless overt surveillance that gives the victim the feeling that there is no peace or refuge from this nightmare. It is very important to understand that every tactic used against mind control victims is designed to make it look like the victim is suffering from mental illness. False diagnosis of mental illness is the ultimate get out of jail card defense, because it removes the perpetrator's need to answer any question, and absolute essential protection for them, because under the thinnest level of scrutiny, the evidence of unlawful and inhumane crimes are blatantly obvious. Each tactic forms a basis for one or another form of mental illness, harassments that are untraceable and far too often outside the technical expertise of the victim to record and communicate in a way that proves that crimes were committed. I think I have that expertise. Based on the intense desire displayed through a myriad of programs and research into mind control, the concept of remotely controlling the human mind as well as many biological functions appears to be of paramount interest to various departments inside the United States government's governing organizations. Starting out as primarily CIA covert operations platforms in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, the MK Ultra and Monarch programs were the forerunners of the earliest mind control operations testing, right up to their exposure and subsequent public discussions during the Church Committee hearings in the 1970s. Following their exposure, we were told that the programs ended. However, that is not completely true. Instead, it appears that the lead in the control and pursuit of mind control technology shifted to the Department of Defense in the early 1990s. One strategic planning group, New World Vistas, was laser focused and dedicated to envisioning, planning, and charting the path of mind control programs into the 21st century. Control of the human mind seems to be our government's greatest prize. Let us now take a brief walk back in time and highlight some of the key milestones of mind control programs. A 1952 CIA Project Artichoke memo stated, "Can we get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will and even against the fundamental laws of nature, such as self-preservation?" In the early years, the CIA spent a great deal of time and effort trying to convince the Congress and the American people that the Soviet Union was an imminent threat to take the lead in the area of mind control, and that the CIA needed money, lots of money, to just keep up for research, for every top secret toy imaginable. Not many things illustrates that point better than the absurdity of some of the research projects. The CIA even spent millions of dollars in active investigations and experiments into telepathy. That program, called remote viewing or synthetic telepathy, was operational in the 1970s, with one of the earliest programs called Grill Frame. Documents show that questionable research projects cost the American taxpayers approximately $20 million at the time. Heck, I think they could have saved money if they had just contracted some of a range of others already in the same line of work. This thirst for control of the human mind was spurred by early pioneers in the 1960s, such as Dr. Jose Delgado.
Mind control research is not new. A scientific milestone in this area came in the 1960s when Dr. Jose Delgado demonstrated remote control over a charging bull. By connecting a radio antenna to electrodes inserted into the bull's brain, Delgado proved that the animal's aggressive impulses could be thwarted by electronically manipulating the bull's muscle reflexes.
Do you realize the fantastic possibilities if from the outside we could modify the inside? Could we give messages to the inside?
In recent years, Delgado has shown that the behavior of monkeys can be altered using low-power, pulsating magnetic fields. But in these experiments, there were no antenna implants.
Any function in the brain, emotions, intellect, personality, well, could be perhaps modified by this non-invasive technology.
Through this device, Delgado was able to stimulate raw emotions such as arousal, anxiety, and aggression with the turn of a knob. Of course, secret research by the U.S. government into methods of controlling the human mind has advanced considerably since the end of the 1960s. This MK Ultra document, MK Ultra CIA document, declassified, in part, sanitized copy approved for release 2012-08-29, stated that MK Ultra's purpose was research and development of chemical, biological, and radiological materials for use in clandestine operations to control human behavior. The CIA hoped the psychoactive chemicals would work on the victim's mind and emotions to release him from the restraint of self-control. The program also intended to deploy an anti-interrogation drug to counter Soviet truth serum, or possibly to scramble the CIA agent's brain so that any confession to his captor would be useless. Words are important, so I repeat, or possibly to scramble the CIA agent's brain so that any confession to his captor would be useless. Let that sink in. Following the Church Committee hearings, the U.S. claimed that the MK Ultra was shut down, which may have been technically true when they ended the program with that name. However, for intelligence agencies, I'm afraid the possibility to control human actions was far too great a prize to let go, no matter how great the possible consequences. After all, history has demonstrated that the people within our government who are making the decisions to violate U.S. law are almost never held accountable for those decisions. In the case of mind control, in its purest sense, the technology was a prize that was too appealing for some to resist at any cost. Today, secret microwave radiation can be used to induce unsuspecting victims with headache, fatigue, perspiration, dizziness, menstrual disorders, irritability, agitation, tension, drowsiness, sleeplessness, depression, anxiety, forgetfulness, and a lack of concentration. They can cause involuntary muscle movements or pain in a wide variety of areas in the body. Many of these technologies were not a secret at all, but were hiding in plain sight. There are literally more than a dozen patents registered in the U.S. Patents Office related to devices and apparatuses designed to connect the human mind to external devices. Let's have a look at some of the devices that have been registered the past few decades. U.S. Patent US 391134A, apparatus and method for remotely monitoring and altering brain waves. According to the patent, this is an apparatus for and method of sensing brain waves at a position remote from the subject, whereby electromagnetic signals of different frequencies are simultaneously transmitted to the brain of the subject, in which the signals interfere with one another to yield a waveform which is modulated by the subject's brain waves. This patent was registered in 1974. Then patent US 6587729B2, apparatus for audibly communicating speech using the radio frequency hearing effect, dated 2002, stated to be an invention that, quote, provides a new and useful encoding for speech on a RF carrier such that the speech will be intelligible to a human subject by the means of RF hearing demodulation phenomena. Another, US 6011991A, published on 4 January 2000, communications system and method including brainwave analysis and or use of brain activity, is a system and method for enabling human beings to communicate by way of their monitored brain activity. The brain activity of an individual is monitored and transmitted to a remote location, e.g. by satellite. This method, although not necessarily this exact patent, appears to be the primary means of monitoring and controlling individuals within the U.S. federal agencies' programs. Those earlier patents demonstrated the technological ability to monitor the human brain, but what progress has been made in the U.S. mind control and experimentations program after those programs were made public during the church hearings? Phase 2, Department of Defense Research, Weaponize Mind Control. President George H.W. Bush declared the 1990s the decade of the brain. The U.S. Air Force took the lead role in brain research, and Dr. Gene McCall was later appointed chairman, United States Air Force Scientific Advisory Board. McCall discussed the DoD's plans and aspirations for progress over the subsequent 25 years in a publication called New World Vistas, Air and Space Power for the 21st Century. These accounts were also published in PowerWatch Network newsletter in November 1996, as noted in the book The Boiled Frog Syndrome, Wiley Academy, published in 2002. In Chapter 3, entitled Electromagnetic Radiation, I found interesting details about how the USAF envisioned the future of human mind control research. Here are these significant details. Quote, "We can alter time perception in humans and animals. We can make animals go to sleep, and from a personal note, I can testify that they can do the same for humans also. We can make bones grow, and we can stop bones growing. We can regulate immune processes and affect calcium ion binding on cells. That is important because most of the chemical processes in the human brain seem to be mediated on calcium ions. We can turn DNA transcription processes on and off at will. We can cause profound alterations and defects in embryos in the gestation period by directly enacting fields with the growing organism. We can cause up to 6 times higher fetus mortality and birth defects in laboratory animals with fields so weak that the victim can hardly detect them. We can slow down or speed up the aging process in cells to the point where we can slow down to extend cell life." They concluded the passage with this statement: "These are only some of the results of interactions of weak pulsed, usually ELF, magnetic fields and living systems." Unquote. Moving back to Dr. McCall's discussion in the publication New World Vistas, Air and Space Power for the 21st Century, McCall finished up his vision of what would be achieved in the 21st century with this: "Prior to the mid-21st century, there will be a virtual explosion of knowledge in the field of neuroscience. We will have achieved a clear understanding of how the human brain works, how it really controls the various functions of the body, and how it can be manipulated both positively and negatively." McCall went on to say, quote, "Modern electromagnetic scattering theory raises the prospect that ultra-short pulse scattering through the human brain can result in reflected signals that can be used to construct a reliable estimate of the degree of central nervous system arousal. The concept behind this, remote EEG, is to scatter off of action potentials or ensembles of action potentials in major central nervous system tracts. Assuming we'll understand how our skills are imprinted and recalled, it might be possible to take this concept one step further and duplicate the experience set in another individual. The prospect of providing a been there, done that knowledge base could provide a revolutionary change in our approach to specialized training. How this can be done, or even if it can be done, are significant unknowns. The impact of success would boggle the mind." Unquote. It is absolutely normal for Dr. McCall to be excited about the prospect of having the ability to imprint information into the human mind as if it were a computer hard drive. That could revolutionize how humans learn. But as previously stated, there are potentially negative consequences if guided by the wrong elements of any society. Not many years later, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, William S. Cohen, someone who at the time I greatly respected and admired, was reported to have shared his organization's vision of the future of mind control research in the publication Defense Viewpoint, published on December 1st, 1998. Secretary Cohen wrote, "One can envision the development of electromagnetic energy sources, the output of which can be pulsed, shaped, and focused, that can couple with the human body in a fashion that will allow one to prevent voluntary muscle movements, control emotions and thus actions, produce sleep, transmit suggestions, interfere with both short-term and long-term memory, produce an experience set and delete an experience set. It would also appear possible to create high-fidelity speech in the human body, raising the possibility of covert suggestions and psychological direction. Thus, it may be possible to talk to selected adversaries in a fashion that would be most disturbing to them." The passage, "It may be possible to talk to selected adversaries in a fashion that would be most disturbing to them," is particularly important because of a handful of recent events, namely mass shootings. How many individuals can you recall that complained of individuals talking to them in their head before lashing out? I thank God every day that I have not suffered this horrible problem called microwave hearing, or that some are calling voice of God. I will cover this more in depth soon. Today, the research arm of the Department of Defense, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, leads the charge into weaponized mind control. Valuable insight into these modern programs can be derived from Peter Phelps, Lou Brown, and Bridget Thornton from Sonoma State University, who published a research document in December 2006 entitled U.S. Electromagnetic Weapons and Human Rights, a study of the history of U.S. intelligence community, human rights violations, and continuing research in electromagnetic weapons. The results of their research, which, quote, explored the current capabilities of the U.S. military to use electromagnetic EMF devices to harass, intimidate, and kill individuals, and the continuing possibilities of violation of human rights by the testing and deployment of these weapons. In their quest for global military superiority, the U.S. stepped up funding for the concept of the future warrior, beginning in the late 1990s with the use of advanced nanotechnology. Brown and Thornton went on to say, the idea was to streamline the military, improve soldier performance, control the fighting in real time, and avoid soldier mortality. Toward this end, the concept was to enhance the ability of soldiers in the field to interface with computer systems by using their own brainwaves. The U.S. began to fund research into decoding the brain as well as other neurological research. At the same time, funding for computers to human interface poured into universities, and DARPA stepped up their research and development. In the universities, the field became cognitive science, and within DARPA, the term augmented cognition was born. While developments in brain research are touted for their amazing therapeutic advances in the medical field, they primarily serve the purpose of the U.S. military, unquote. DARPA's $6 million contract, DARPA BAA 1203, awarded to Arizona State University, moved the goal into the realm of mass mind control. The objectives of this contract were aimed at discovering how the United States could win the battle of persuasion on a mass scale. On behalf of the U.S. government, DARPA wanted to know the exact areas of the human brain that controlled our ability to perceive and accept the messages delivered through a variety of methods. In the proposal, DARPA wrote, "Humans are storytelling beings. There is no clearer evidence of this than the struggles of the United States government to convince world populations of its good intentions and to dissuade key constituencies from the powerful narrative told by violent extremists. In short, it is widely recognized that the U.S. is losing the battle of the narrative and thus, consequently, the war of ideas. This project responds to technical areas 1 and 2 with the aim of revolutionizing the study of neuropsychology of narrative and its effects on persuasion. It will generate the knowledge to effectively understand, model, and disrupt narrative systems of stories sharing themes, forms, and archetypes on a neurological level, and capabilities to induce powerful narrative phenomena such as transportation and narrative validity with certainty. The work required went on to say, in Phase 3, we will selectively alter aspects of narrative structure and brain functioning via a transcranial magnetic stimulation to induce or disrupt selective features of narrative processing to provide the strongest possible inference about the operation of the narrative comprehension network. Nodes selected will be those that A, can be assessed and safely manipulated via transcranial magnetic stimulation, and B, occupy the most critical position in the network, and C, are associated with the strongest effects in Phase 1 and 2. This will help establish causal effect of the regions identified. Overall, this research program will provide important insights into the emergence or support of political violence and help clarify the role of strategic communication in mitigating it. Unquote. Those somewhat lengthy and scientific statements are not easy to decipher, but what I take away from that overview of the program's goals is that DARPA's intentions were to learn how the brain perceives ideas and determine how to deliver the government's message in a way that will be perceived as true and believable. In the absence of a caveat, one must assume no matter what the previous perceived notions were for the targeted audience at the onset. Simply stated, from a neurological standpoint, in my opinion, DARPA's objectives could have been written: evaluate how we can manipulate the brain's functions to allow the United States government to convince anyone of anything. Looking back on the early years at the crude methods of mind control experimentation involving bulky headgear and heavy wires, or the use of chemicals administered to unwitting subjects, it would be easy to look back and think, look how far we've come. Yet that would be a tunnel vision view of the future. From where I and hundreds, perhaps thousands of others stand, we think, my goodness, why have we learned nothing from the lessons of the past? We can validate that point by looking back at one of the early pioneers in microwave technology, a brilliant scientist who was twice nominated for the Nobel Prize in Biological Electromagnetic Fields, Dr. Robert O. Becker. Dr. Becker was blunt with his view about the potential uses for microwave pulse technology. He said, such a device has obvious applications in covert operations designed to drive a target crazy with voices or deliver undetectable instructions to a programmed assassin. Please recall the words of the 1952 CIA Project Artichoke memo. Can we get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against the fundamental laws of nature, such as self-preservation? From a personal standpoint, By the time I surmised these psychologically intense actions against me were too well orchestrated to be an operation that only targeted me, I had already started to notice a series of bizarre circumstances spanning a period of around 10 years or so. Thousands of Americans share my plight. Thousands try to call these crimes to the attention of a country filled with citizens who just refuse to believe our government would do that to us. The most tragic thing about all of this is that if we American victims were somehow prosecutors searching for likely suspects, there can only be one likely culprit. American history is littered with many known cases of non-consensual human experimentations, with potentially thousands of victims of these unthinkable crimes against humanity. Just look at the Tuskegee experiments, where poor black men in the South were entered into a medical study for syphilis. Men and their families who were told that they had bad blood. These men were not treated in this so-called medical study even decades after the known cure, penicillin, was discovered and documented to be effective against the disease. These men received no treatment in this program. In fact, according to the published article titled "The Infamous 40-Year Tuskegee Study" by Elizabeth Nix, by the mid-1960s, a U.S. Public Health Service venereal disease investigator in San Francisco named Peter Buxton found out about the Tuskegee study and expressed his concerns to his superiors that it was unethical. According to Nix, in response, PHS officials formed a committee to review the study, but ultimately opted to continue it with the goal of tracking the participants until all had died, autopsies were performed, and the project data could be analyzed. As a result, Buxton leaked the story to a reporter friend, who passed it on to her fellow reporter, Jean Heller of the Associated Press. Heller broke her story on July 1972, prompting a public outcry and forcing the study to shut down. By that time, however, 28 participants had perished from syphilis. 100 more had passed away from related complications. At least 40 spouses had been diagnosed with it, and the disease had been passed on to 19 children at birth. In the 1950s, the United States tested the effects of radiation during thousands of government-sponsored experiments. President Bill Clinton apologized.
I would like to review today with a little more detail than Dr. Faden said, because I think it must be engraved on our national memory. Thousands of government-sponsored experiments did take place at hospitals, universities, and military bases around our nation. The goal was to understand the effects of radiation exposure on the human body. While most of the tests were ethical by any standards, some were unethical, not only by today's standards, but by the standards of the time in which they were conducted. They failed both the test of our national values and the test of humanity. In one scientist injected plutonium into 18 patients without their knowledge. In another, doctors exposed indigent cancer patients to excessive doses of radiation, a treatment from which it is virtually impossible that they could ever benefit. The report also demonstrates that these and other experiments were carried out on precisely those citizens who count most on the government for its help, the destitute and the gravely ill. But the dispossessed were not alone. Members of the military, precisely those on whom we and our government count most, they were also test subjects. Informed consent means your doctor tells you the risk of the treatment you are about to undergo. In too many cases, informed consent was withheld. Americans were kept in the dark about the effects of what was being done to them. The deception extended beyond the test subjects themselves to encompass their families and the American people as a whole. For these experiments were kept secret, and they were shrouded not for a compelling reason of national security, but for the simple fear of embarrassment. And that was wrong.
In 2010, President Barack Obama and other federal officials apologized for another unethical U.S.-sponsored medical study conducted decades earlier in Guatemala.
At least 5,500 people in Guatemala, including prisoners, mental patients, and children, were experimented on. 1,300 of those were exposed to STDs, including syphilis and gonorrhea. 83 people died during those experiments, and the goal of the research was to determine whether taking penicillin after sex would protect against those sexually transmitted diseases. It was a medical priority at the time, especially in the military. Well, last fall, President Obama ordered a review of what happened, and now that panel has come out with its report. Joining us is the head of that panel, the Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues. Amy Gutman is also the president of the University of Pennsylvania. Professor, first of all, explain to us what your panel has learned about this, perhaps even the most disturbing information about what your panel discovered.
A group of medical researchers, doctors and scientists working for the American government between 1946 and 1948 treated their fellow human beings in a way that can only be characterized as egregious and shocking. There were gross violations of human rights. They did not obtain the consent from any of the people they were using for research in Guatemala. And those people included some of the most vulnerable populations in Guatemala: mental patients, soldiers, children. They infected them, some of them using commercial sex workers who they also infected with syphilis or gonorrhea. They, in one case, is so graphic that it's hard to actually speak about it, but one woman who was a mental hospital patient, they inoculated in her arm syphilis, and when she developed symptoms, Dr. Cutler wrote in his journal that it looked like she was dying. And then they injected gonorrheal pus in both her eyes, in her urethra, in her rectum, and she did die shortly thereafter. This happened over many month period,
Professor,
and they never treated. They never treated her.
All of these innocent men and women had one thing in common. Like me, our government viewed them as expendable. The DOD, which has hundreds of thousands of personnel that it can force to take any drug it chooses, injected soldiers with small amounts of plutonium during Project Oak Ridge. The DOD also tested the effect of mustard gas on U.S. soldiers during World War II.
It was a painful, horrifying, and secret part of America's history during World War II. The U.S. government conducted experiments with mustard gas and other chemicals on some U.S. troops at the time. That chapter of history was first revealed in the early 90s. Now, a new investigation by NPR finds the military used race-based experiments as part of those tests. African-American men, shown here in protective gear, as well as Japanese American and Puerto Rican soldiers, were singled out. These pictures show the forearms of men exposed to mustard gas and other agents. Some, like Rollins Edwards, are living with the effects decades later.
It felt like we were on fire, recalls Edwards, then a 93-year-old veteran. Guys started screaming and hollering and trying to break out, and then some of the guys fainted. And finally, they opened the door and let us out. And guys were just they were in bad shape. Edwards was one of the 60,000 enlisted men enrolled in a once secret government program to test mustard gas and other chemical agents on American troops, formally declassified in 1993. But there was a specific reason he was chosen. Edwards was an African American. Edwards was expendable. I could go on for hours detailing these illegal tests, but please, have a look for yourself. We, those whom some refer to as targeted individuals, which, by the way, is a term that I do not like, more on that in a moment, are the next generation of non-consensual human testing and experimentation victims. Just as it occurred decades ago, our government hides behind the threat of official sanctions to possible whistleblowers and forbids even casual mention of their crimes by formally classifying the testing programs with a formal classification of secret or higher. Even the attempt to amend the faults of previous individuals in reality serves to cement the evils. You see, historic patterns by our government show that admissions occur around 50 years after the crime, eliminating any opportunity for the victim to see justice for the acts committed against them, because all involved are likely long since dead. Moreover, in exposing these crimes with no effort to seek to prevent similar crimes in the future, it provides a subconscious normalization vehicle for similar crimes against humanity. We become desensitized to the suffering of our fellow Americans at the hands of our government officials, which may be the most dangerous consideration of all. As I take you through the finer details about these programs, please keep these words in mind: complicity and plausible deniability. Complicity means the fact or condition of being involved with someone in an activity that is unlawful or morally wrong. And plausible deniability, which means the possibility of denying a fact, especially in a discrediting action, without arousing suspicion. The method of achieving these goals are the most important component of these illegal programs. Please keep them in mind, and I will discuss them in greater detail later. The second term, plausible deniability, is firmly rooted in the Stalinist Russia tactic of discrediting anyone who seeks to oppose or expose the wrongdoing of state operators by a series of actions. The first is public ridicule, achieved through a barrage of false accusations, innuendos, and outright lies. If that is not sufficiently effective, diagnoses of mental illness are the perfect and ultimate weapon. In fact, false diagnosis of mental illness is the primary means of shutting down court challenges from competent and knowledgeable victims. The entire program is formed to support the appearance of mental illness. Direct-to-energy weapons used from concealed or elevated platforms make it impossible to detect or prove. V2K, voices in the victim's head, usually provide nearly instantaneous diagnosis, as they are a primary indicator of more than one mental illness. I will discuss other contributors later in this video. If opportunity fails to present itself, they seem to have no objections to the covert or violent neutralization of the victim if necessary. Based on evidence, as far as our governmental agencies are concerned, we are all expendable. From a public perspective, the operation is designed to create a perception that the person who is the subject of their surveillance needed to be watched. As we try to make our situation known, paid doubters have a favorite question designed to cut off the argument and to shift the focus back to the victim. Why do you think that they picked you? This is a trap question designed to trick the victim into speculating on potential reasons why they may have been targeted, a natural response for someone who has no way of knowing why their rights are being violated, why they are tortured, or why they are constantly harassed. The fact is, that question and the name most associated with victims of non-consensual human experimentation, targeted individuals, are all designed to cast doubt on the rationale behind why anyone would think that our government would track and monitor someone for any reason except that the individual is a threat or has otherwise given a reason to need to be surveilled to prevent future crimes. The entire premise of this tactic is rooted in plausible deniability for agencies that are operating on the respect earned by the sacrifice of noble men and women who gave their lives to protect our great land. Rather than the phrase targeted individuals, I believe that the phrase targets of non-consensual human experimentation is more appropriate. But even more specifically, victims of involuntary technology interface, VITI, perhaps best describes our situation because it accurately conveys the truth about what is happening to us. Our bodies have been hacked, invaded by malicious signals and frequencies with a direct link to our entire neural and biological functions network. Just as if we were computers, our brains have been hacked. The problem for us victims is the mind has no firewall. We must assume that the secret reason for surveillance and other tactics against us is hidden under the moniker of national security. Since September 11th, the label threat to national security does not mean what most think that it means. The so-called HR 3162, uniting and strengthening America by providing tools required to intercept and obstruct Terrorist Act, or USA Patriot Act as it is better known. A threat to national security is anyone who stands in the way of administrative and political goals of U.S. federal agencies. More directly, federal agencies in the post-Patriot Act United States routinely place labels on individuals that coincide with the level of impediment that the individual poses on their ideological or political objectives, as opposed to any actual conditions that would indicate that the individual or group is a physical threat. Using organizations such as community action groups, federal agencies have a convenient government objective-friendly network that is willing to do anything in the name of keeping our country safe. When approaching citizens within these groups about actions against VITIs, agents have the freedom to structure a message any way they want because the victims do not even know their credibility is being secretly attacked. Additionally, since community members or even family members are served a document similar to the National Security Letter, NSL for short, not even the family member can let their loved one know about the disturbing information. Test victims are a threat to exposure in the program, especially victims like me who choose the path of education to protect ourselves against these inconceivable crimes. Elaborate and extremely expensive programs are in operation in countries around the globe. The apparent goal is to create a prison without walls, which I presume provides the most realistic reenactment of the actual full-scale programs once launched on the entire population. Their goal is to exercise complete control of the otherwise free citizen, conducting various exercises to control the movements, actions, thoughts, and inclinations of the test subject 24/7, 365. At the REM street-level operation perspective, there appears to be differing levels and degrees of harassment. Many victims of remote neural monitoring assume that their targeting is based on a connection to a specific event or actions between themselves and another person or group. While I cannot confirm or deny what other victims perceive as the source of their human tragedy, I can speak to my own experiences and have noted a strong correlation to what others perceive as their situations. Based on my own case and that of dozens of testimonies I have heard, read, and carefully studied, elaborate schemes are concocted to pit the victim against the most logical and available adversary for the vitae. These individuals or groups are the front men and women, agents, or commonly referred to as perps, short for perpetrators, for the operation. It appears that these individuals agree to carry out particular acts to convince the vitae that these perpetrators are the source of their problems. In doing so, the victim begins to recognize the paid agent as the source of their problems and never even considers the possibility that a federal program has oversight. The federal agency, in turn, has a perfect and willing patsy who, by the way, appears to be immune from any level of prosecution for their crimes, knowing that they have the blessing, even instructions, directly or indirectly from the government. Please recall the information I shared earlier pertaining to plausible deniability. Each of the following steps have a high degree of plausible deniability built into them, while delivering focused psychological warfare on the victim. The principal theme seems to be the use of tactics that hold a high degree of plausible deniability while inherently making the victim appear to the casual observer as mentally ill. The tactical operations system appears to be focused on several key indicators of schizophrenia. Here's an overview of some of the American Psychiatric Association's 2013 list of symptoms. 1. Delusional. Strange beliefs and ideas which are resistant to rational, logical dispute or contradictions from others. Hallucinations, typically auditory or less frequent visual. Disorganized speech, incoherent, irrational content. Disorganized or cathartic behavior. Induced symptoms of mental illness are a particularly insidious act against any person because it forces the normally functioning individual to face a situation where whatever actions they make to report the acts against them or to identify their assailants further singles them out as potentially mentally ill to the people around them. This very troubling fact can drive feelings of hopelessness, another principal enemy of enduring the torture that caused the stress in the first place. Torturing an otherwise normally functioning human being to the point of mental illness is the ultimate crime against humanity, in my view. Unlike the physical tortures inflicted in wars over the past century, where the victims can regain weight from starvation or wait for wounds to heal, psychological torture leaves permanent scars that, in some cases, may alter a person's perception of the people that they have previously trusted for the rest of their lives. Remote neuromonitoring is the program that connects hundreds, perhaps thousands or more unwilling and unwitting citizens to its network of brain-to-computer interface systems, which provides 24/7, 365 visibility of the thoughts, words, and actions of human assets in real time. This network has the capability to monitor human neurological processes and functions almost any place there is electricity, the internet, or cell tower coverage. In my case, evidence suggests the use of nanotechnology with remote neural connectivity via multiple interfaces, including Wi-Fi, smart energy, which is electricity delivered via smart meter, radio frequencies, or microwave signal coverage. These processes are made possible through the use of technology-laced biofilm bacteria, which attaches itself to the skin. Basically, nanoparticle transceivers that are embedded in the sticky bacteria, securing themselves to the entire surface of the body. As a result, human skin becomes an antenna which is why victims report being attacked in crowded rooms with seemingly no effect on anyone around them. Individuals who do not have this bacteria-laced transceivers are not equipped to efficiently receive the emissions, while the Vitae senses every emissions with sometimes painful consequences. Additionally, in my case, I am confident that one or more subdermal microtransceivers have been implanted in my body without my knowledge or consent during medical procedures carried out in the military and the Veterans Administration's medical facilities, one of which can be made visible under the skin by pinching the area, providing me with 100% proof of the foreign implant. I am 100% certain that there is an object below my skin. What that object is, I don't know. But there's 100% certain that there's an object there because I can feel it and it moves. Just see that point right there? That's it. That's the end of it sticking up. See it move up? See that? That's it. That's the best representation I've had of it. It's covered now with material that makes it look larger, but it's not really that large because when I press on it, I can feel the size of it. That is it right there. That is the best representation I've had of it. You can see it moving up each time I press up on my finger. Bingo. That's it. That is it. There it is. Finally. Thought there must have been a way to do that. You can see the point of it just here. Watch this. See it? There it is. There it is. And that came from this surgery when it was installed. So yeah, I can imagine what some of you are thinking, and I agree that this seems like something out of a science fiction movie. Except in this case, if recent Hollywood references are correct, they are art imitating life rather than the opposite. Much of this information was extracted from various documents available online, such as information from evidence presented at the lawsuit John St. Clair Acquit versus Fort Meade, Maryland, Dr. Robert Duncan, and others, as well as patents information that I have studied and reviewed over recent years. Unfortunately, we now must get a bit technical. Remote neural monitoring, or RNM, is the ability to monitor the human brain without the need for bulky external attached devices that have become common in online comments about mind control. Research studies have shown that the human brain processes information quickly, creating a data stream at speeds of about 5 kilobits per second. Monitoring the data stream, which is naturally emitted from the human brain, does not come close to challenging the capabilities of RNN systems comprised of supercomputers connected via satellites, implants, and biotelemetry. The human brain has a characteristic set of bioelectric resonance structure. By using supercomputers, the RNN system can hone in on it and send messages through an individual's nervous system. It is widely reported that at the present, around the world, supercomputers are watching millions of people at the same time with the speed of 20 terabytes per second, particularly in countries like USA, Japan, Israel, and a number of European countries. How does R&M work? It employs a set of programs function at different levels. The Signals Intelligence Systems, which applies electromagnetic frequencies, EMF, to excite the brain for the system, and the Electronic Brain Link, or EBL. The Brain Simulation System was originally presented to American lawmakers as Particle Emissions Intelligence System, which means receiving information from unintentionally created electromagnetic waves in the environment. The recording machines have electronic equipment to examine electrical actions in human beings from a distance. This computer-generated brain charting system can record all electrical events in the cerebrum. The recording aid system deciphers individual brain maps for security and identification purposes. The underlying technology of this system takes into consideration that the electrical activity in the speech center of the brain can be translated into the subject's verbal thoughts. R&M can send encrypted signals to the audio cortex of the brain directly, circumventing the ear. This encoding assists in detecting audio communication. It can also perform electrical mapping of the cerebrum's activity from the visual center, which is achieved by avoiding the eyes and optic nerves, consequently projecting images from the subject's mind into a video display. After collecting this visual and audio memory, both can be visualized and analyzed. The machinery involved can remotely and non-evasively detect information by digitally encoding the evoked potentials in 30 to 50 hertz, 5 milliwatts electromagnetic emissions from the cerebrum. Evoked potentials are the spikes and patterns created by the nerves as they produce shifting electrical patterns with the ever-changing magnetic instability, which then puts on a constant amount of electromagnetic waves. The interesting part about this is that the entire exercise is carried out without any physical contact to the subject. The EMF emissions can be decoded into current thoughts and audio-visual perceptions in the subject's mind at any given time. It sends complicated ciphers and electromagnetic pulse signals to activate evoked potentials inside the mind, consequently generating sound and visual input in the neural circuits. With its speech, auditory, and visual communication arrays, R&M allows for a comprehensive audio-visual mind-to-mind connection, or a mind-to-computer association. Reports of harassment tactics such as dream manipulations most likely is rooted in this process. Complaints of thought, suggestions, and dreams that do not appear to originate in the victim's mind are likely generated through this process. But with potentially thousands of test victims at any given time in their system, how is it possible to control all of them? They do this through intense psychological warfare, non-stop harassment, isolation, and other elaborate systems that deny the victim's ability to make a formal complaint. Let's look at the entire psychological warfare program, along with each of the processes and stages. The following are the typical stages of this insidious program. The typical pattern of attacks, from the victim's inception into the mind control program to the end of the program, which far too often finalizes for the individual with the victim's death. The following conclusions are based on my personal analysis and that of others, which is based on data and evidence collected over years of studying these processes. I read and studied the writings of such authors as former U.S. Army intelligence case officer Julianne McKinney, who went on to found and be the director of the Electronic Surveillance Project. Here's a list of others. The initial phase is designed to gather information on the victim, to get to know every aspect of the victim's life. Operations of this type are active surveillance. Surveillance is the act of observing a target using a number of tactics such as visual, wiretapping, electronic communications, computer hacking, and installing monitoring devices in the target's home or office in order to obtain information. There are two principal types of surveillance related to VITI programs that I will discuss. Covert surveillance, which is the most typical way of gathering information, surveillance on the target in a way that does not allow the victim to know that they are being watched. The second, overt surveillance, is information gathering in a way that ensures that the target knows that they are being watched. The following steps are the steps in the remote neural monitoring process from selecting the victim to the end that likely ends in the victim's demise. From citizen to lab rat. Covert data collection. During the initial phase, the victim will have no idea that they are being watched, studied, and observed in nearly every aspect of their lives. All information from this point forward is entered into a profile protocol, which is a victim-specific collection of individual traits, habits, likes, dislikes, and so forth for each individual. Operators covertly monitor everything the victim does using a wide range of methods, through-the-wall surveillance technology, hacks, etc. Built-in software architecture allows government agents and authorized contractors to use inherent system design to gather and collect any file open on Windows devices. By creating system processes such as elevated profiles, operators own the Windows PC, able to monitor and collect any document in real time. These are internet addresses of files created on my computers, obviously accessible by these links. Windows indexing using elevated privileges can make any file disappear from the computer owner's view instantly, yet leave the file in the original folder undetectable by the victim, providing perfect deniability later if the process is discovered. They study the victim's weaknesses. The perpetrators are looking for specific weaknesses that they may be able to exploit. If there is a secret fetish, any habit, especially ones that would be viewed as controversial or embarrassing to the victim, they will find it. Is the victim predisposed to bribery or other forms of nefarious persuasion? Strengths. Is the victim a leader or a follower? Does the victim have a natural ability to influence people? How does the VITI respond to authority? It appears that strong-willed test subjects are treated to particularly harsh tactics, often ending in violent termination because presumably they are not likely to be broken easily, if ever. Likes and dislikes. Every like and dislike will be charted and entered into the victim's profile protocol, assigning a primary antagonist, the attack agent. During this phase, the PAT-C nemesis is presented. Neighbor, co-worker, ex-spouse, ex-partner, former friend, employer, or even a civilian contractor will begin to do small things that get the victim's attention in a negative way. From these actions, the victim will be able to associate this person, group, or organization with many of the issues they have faced since the problems began. They will select an attack narrative against the victim, although in the beginning there may be many as they ascertain which narrative is most effective. One or more of these false narratives will be selected for potential use to discredit the victim from a wide cross-section of society, from family to friends, colleagues, and longtime acquaintances. Each will be custom-tailored to have the maximum level of negativity to each group or individual. Infiltrate the victim's social network. By now, the victim will have acquired new friends who seem to have a lot in common with them, some relationships may be intimate, all designed to gain the victim's trust that may later be exploited. Previously indoctrinated local perpetrators will be used to begin to spread unflattering allegations about the victim. At this point, the victims are being secretly manipulated towards actions that support the perpetrator's goals. The foundation of the operation is to use long-term planning prior to the initiation of activities against the victim. It appears that in this phase, the perpetrators decide how to move forward, up to and including just how they plan to eliminate the vitae if they become unmanageable. If the victim has a perceived weakness, operators will begin to test each weakness individually by placing the victim in situations where a carefully planned event can be staged to gauge the victim's reaction. The perfect combination seems to be something that the victim would be particularly ashamed of being associated with if discovered by friends. Many women have complained that rumors of sexual promiscuity are common. Men are accused of sexual indiscretions. If the person is heterosexual and personally finds homosexual activity unacceptable for their own lives, they may try to associate the victim with homosexual activity. Accusations or rumors of pedophilia seem to be another favorite, likely because nearly everyone would find it easy to have strong opposition to anyone who would do that to a child, and rightfully so. The wide variety of methods used to wreck the victim's reputation seem to indicate that there is a well-oiled machine in place to disparage the individual, with rumors planned inside each of the victim's social groups. The perpetrators use whatever lie they perceive as most effective at creating ill will inside the unsuspecting public, who is being deceived as well, oftentimes including the victim's own relatives. In this phase, any and every vice will be presented to the vitae in order to evaluate it for future use and perhaps entrapment as well. The goal in this phase is to determine how their human lab rat will be used within the program. I talked about some of the tactics, but I am sure that these items are just scratching the surface here. Level 2. We are watching you. In this stage, the perpetrators introduce one or two of a range of trigger tactics to evaluate which of them is most effective. Trigger tactics are particular actions designed to grab the victim's undivided attention and are things that the victim will come to associate with actions against them. This is the conditioning phase, designed to ensure that the victim immediately associates these incidents as actions against, and that the actions are perceived in the way that they were programmed to appear to the victim. During phase 2, the victim's assigned nemesis will step up the level of aggression. The designated neighbor, co-worker, ex-spouse, ex-partner, former or even close friend will do something that the victim will find reprehensible. Data gathered in phase 1 will aid in selecting this act. Up until this point, the vitae has become more aware of the unusual activity, but not much more. The perpetrators are now seeking a more formalized response to the vitae, a police report, restraining order, something to document a disagreement between the victim and their agent. That is the hook, the proof positive in the victim's mind that this person or group is behind these actions. Strangers may talk aloud about private matters that only the vitae should know. These words are coming from people who speak their assigned lines within earshot of the victim. This heightens the victim's concern for their privacy and increases visible signs of paranoia. Traffic incidents begin. Aggressive behavior, tailgating, and sandwiching happen at random times, but often. At the same time, there are likely instances of home invasions. The invaders do not normally take anything of significant value. They may even just move some object to a different location. They systematically step up the severity of the harassment until the victim begins to become concerned for their personal safety. And during all of these intrusions, increased signs of paranoia become evident. Again, the goal is for the VITI to report one or more of these incidents, which by design will be impossible to validate. Small but noticeable computer and or phone hackings began to become obvious.
Here's my fingers on the sides, not touching anything. See, on the sides. Not touching the screen. There's nothing I'm touching on the side. Oh, look, it's typing to me. It told me earlier I had cancer, something about cancer. It's typing right now. It did not do this when I was out of town. Thank goodness I got it recorded. It's really getting scary. Sometimes they type me messages like you have cancer. Wow. Okay, as you can see, the phone is acting on its own. I'm not doing anything.
I must point out that these signs of surveillance are conspicuous because the perps want the victim to know that they are being surveilled. As mentioned earlier, it is called overt surveillance. In my case, a screen caption program was used that caused a momentary pause in the mouse, something just subtle enough to be noticed, but covert enough to look like secret surveillance. I now understand that it was not intended to be covert at all. It was designed to get my attention and to create concern for my computer's security. The individual act of invading personal privacy, such as home intrusions and hacking personal communication devices, are acts designed to instill fear about the most basic American right. A person's home is his or her castle, secure from unreasonable search and seizure of property by the government. In this phase, operators make decisions on victim-centric harassment protocols. Victim-centric harassment protocols are the specific actions determined to be most effective at achieving the intended outcome of driving fear, stress, and anxiety in the victim's everyday life. The tactics become a permanent record to be used in future psychological warfare operations against the VITI going forward. Once identified, those are the tactics that will be used permanently against the victim for months, years, or until the VITI life is ended. Phase 3. Sensitization. Be afraid. Be very afraid. This phase cements the targeting activity identified in the harassment protocol as most effective against the victim. These are the tactics selected from Phase 2 activity, which were considered to have the best influence on the victim's propensity to notice the activity. Actions may include using lots of cars of the same color, all red cars or white vans, for example. Vehicles with their high beam lights on and act called brighting may also be used. Noise campaigns. Cars driving through the neighborhood or neighbors honking their horns or squealing tires. There may be several people with backpacks. People wearing a particular color. People standing in a particular spot every day, or people standing near the victim looking at nothing in stores or other places. Strangers pointing a phone in the VITI's direction for long periods, but not exactly at the victim. A helicopter may be hired to fly over the victim's home several times in one day. Police cars may be used to crowd the victim or to appear at every other corner or so in the victim's path of travel. Street theater, which are elaborate schemes acted out by multiple perps, which is designed to make the victim feel unsafe, even that their life is in danger. Games called mobbing are used, which is the act of having several perps crowd the victim as they walk down the street or as they enter a confined area, any place that will make the victim feel vulnerable. workplace mobbing. Several co-workers may be selected to constantly harass the victim in an apparent attempt to force the victim to lash out in the workplace against the assailants, who are fully protected from any form of action from the employer, who is also employed as part of the actions against the vitae. These are just a few. However, each of these actions are designed to harass the victim with a highly concentrated effort to present a single group or theme over and over again. The actions are aggressive and potentially dangerous because it is impossible to predict how a victim will react to extreme tactics used to push the victim to the outer limits of their tolerance for the perceived danger. Perpetrators will get the victim's attention. This is event association. These actions are particularly effective because they terrorize the victim while solidifying the lie in the minds of the citizen perps that the victim is suffering from mental illness, while the victim is actually responding to the psychological torture that the citizens are helping to inflict on the vitae. In the early days, before I realized how I was being targeted, I associated some items or actions that I was programmed to recognize as potential attacks, basically because I did not understand the technology. The operators would attack me with electronic pain stimulation shortly after they would arrange for one of their perps to sit next to me with a backpack. Naturally, this person sitting near me, doing nothing in some cases, would be suspicious once I was conditioned to recognize the gang stalking. More on that in a few moments. Once I experienced a painful shock of microwave or nerve stimulation through neuropathic attack, naturally I would associate the person, and more specifically the backpack, with the attack. I surmise that these backpacks must have contained either targeting equipment or the actual portable electronic emissions device. Based on their actions or inactions, however, it was clear to me that the people who carried the backpacks did not do anything around the time of the attacks. So I also eliminated them as the actual assailants. In actuality, I later learned that I had fallen into the sick game, a trap to try to force me to act out against people who were unwitting citizens, whom were told to do things that they likely had no idea were part of a cruel psychological mind game. They were unsuccessful. I did not react to the people. I later learned that remote devices are not needed in order for the perpetrators to inflict pain. It can be done from a considerable distance away and without the assistance of any person or portable device. As in the previous two phases, the ultimate outcome during this process was to produce sufficient distress that it prompts the victim to report any of these incidents on social media, or even better, to a formal authority such as police, doctor, or mental health professional. The very real concerns about events that are 100% real incidents, when presented to someone outside the immediate eyesight of the victim, will sound like one or more potential forms of mental illness. Phase 4, the takedown. This is the act of removing the victim from normal society, to isolate them into an environment designed just for them. By now, every person not directly associated with the operation against the vitae is kept at arm's length, where they cannot infer anything about the victim that was not selected for release by the perpetrators. This phase of the operation completes the totally rewritten life story of the vitae. You see, whatever contributions the vitae actually has made to their families or to society by this point do not matter. This is true in work and in our social lives as well. You see, evidence points to the fact that this operation is predicated on the premise that in society, it does not matter what you do What matters is what people believe that you do. That fact is one of the strongest pillars of the sick and evil program. At this point, some work episode has either caused the victim to lose their employment, or the victim fears it will happen any day. Following loss of income, the landlord or bank will likely be cruel and insensitive, deploying tactics designed to force the victim from their home, with the desired outcome of making the victim homeless, or as a minimum to make the victim nomadic or confined to a location under the perpetrator's complete control. Active schemes create a wide variety of problems designed to eliminate all income and to drain any financial reserves that the Vitae has. By now, friends treat the Vitae differently, creating an atmosphere for the victim that everyone is in on a secret that the victim does not know about or understand. Every job the Vitae applies for normally will not even earn an interview, or if the victim is hired, they are quickly fired or forced out with little or no reason. Money is fleeting fast. The Vitae has a list of people to blame, but none of it completely adds up based on what the victim understands. No one listens or even wants to hear what the Vitae has to say at this point, because the entire social circle has been tainted by a wide range of rumors and innuendos. Previous close friends and acquaintances avoid the victim, generally using language that suggests that the problems are all in the victim's own making, or even worse, words and actions from people that the Vitae's encounter suggest that they believe that the incidents are all in the victim's mind. There have been one or more close friends who have recently committed acts that make their continued friendship in the victim's mind impossible going forward. If the Vitae is lucky, they've discovered by this point that they are trapped in this formal covert mind control experimentation and testing program. Tragically, however, most will not understand the dangerous world of lies and deceit that has taken over their entire lives. By now, in many victims' eyes, their life may be hopeless. Phase 5. Establish control. Phase 5 is an all-out attack. This is all-encompassing psychological warfare in its purest form. Operatives use a wide range of tactics to attack the victim, from the subtle passive-aggressive remarks to overt, in-your-face aggressive mind games, entrapments, as well as complex and highly choreographed situations designed to encapsulate every aspect of the victim's life. I found the passive-aggressive attacks very interesting because this technique was the most difficult for me to detect and understand for a long time. Acts of passive aggression fit the program perfectly because they are difficult to detect by anyone outside the full context of the victim's personal experiences. Targeted passive aggression tactics require a thorough understanding of the types of comments that the victim would find objectionable, and the ability to skillfully mix those types of comments into the context of normal communications. Passive aggression is the mind game that provides the means to provide psychological stress to a victim in plain sight, while showing little signs of aggressive acts to the casual observer. Without background on the comments, an innocent bystander would see nothing wrong in the exchange. The goal at this point appears to be to remove the Vitae from society, to incarcerate, institutionalize, or euthanize. Passive-aggressive comments are just one small area of the mind games played by perpetrators. Let's examine a few of the most significant techniques used to terrorize Americans caught inside this hell. Gang stalking. Gang stalking, or organized gang stalking, which is a more accurate term, is one of the primary harassment tools. It means exactly what the name implies. Groups of individuals coordinated and managed to overtly follow, or stalk a victim in a way that is not easily seen by anyone other than the target. But because of the sensitization efforts in earlier phases, the victim will easily recognize these situations. Stalking, by the way, is illegal under U.S. Federal Code 2261A. I will use number 2, quote, whoever with the intent to kill, injure, harass, intimidate, or place under surveillance with the intent to kill, injure, harass, intimidate another person, B, causes, attempts to cause, or would be reasonably expected to cause emotional distress to a person. Stalking statutes are complex, but in my untrained assessment, their description of conditions fit these remote neural monitoring operations with perfection. These organized crimes are designed to inflict psychological distress on the victim in public spaces, with consequences that are impossible to predict because the victims can feel a very real and terrifying sense of immediate danger. The gang stalking technique skirts prosecution because since there are many different people used in the activity, it is difficult to prove based on current law. Yet, the psychological effects of stalking can be demoralizing and traumatizing for some, virtually impossible to ignore for many. Evidence apparent after closer study shows that stalking is also the primary weapon used to facilitate a false diagnosis of mental illness. The complicity built into these crimes is alarming as well. This is in-your-face overt control of every aspect of the victim's life. Tactics designed to give the victim a sense of hopelessness, paranoia, and despair. The citizens may have no idea that they are participating in a terror campaign against other innocent citizens because they have been lied to about the reason for what they are doing to the victim. The citizens perhaps may falsely believe that they are helping the government to control a criminal or a host of other potential lies about the victim, when in fact they are participating in acts designed to terrorize other citizens. National security letters and mandates for secrecy prevent the citizens from speaking out at the risk of imprisonment or worse. Their complicity makes the citizen a criminal participant for life, a fact that can easily be used to manipulate the citizen perps into further actions against the victim and others, fearing they could also be held accountable for the crimes if they do not help to eliminate the victim that now is a threat to exposing them as well. The conundrum must be an unimaginable hell.
A former CIA official who worked in the safe houses reveals that they were used not only for drug testing, but to study sexual behavior and how it could be used to manipulate people.
How do you take a woman who is willing to use her body to get money out of a guy to get him to talk about things which are much more important, like state secrets? We learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom. We started to pick up knowledge that could be used in operations.
The honeypot. Perhaps the most effective weapon against vitis is the honeypot. Honeypot is a slang term that describes an intimate relationship for hire. The partner that is paid by the perpetrators to enter into a relationship with the victim for the sole purpose of gaining their trust so that they can betray them later. I firmly believe that every victim of this insidious program has a honeypot in their life. Close, intimate relationships build a trust and bond that cannot be otherwise achieved. This misplaced trust provides the perfect opportunity for the program's operators to use it, and the inherent vulnerability that comes from trust to entrap, trick, exploit, or even eliminate the victim. Using a honeypot, the perpetrators have access to anything they want or need from the victim, up to and including the means to end the victim's life. Honeypots have been a mainstay as the means to track and deceive me, Since the perpetrators know everything about you, they can find just the perfect person who has the looks and can be taught to say and do the right things to ensure that the victim develops strong emotional attachments. One of the most offensive things that I've had to get over is the fact that I am 99.999% sure that I'm married a honeypot. That is an unbelievably sick and demented thing to do to anyone. Following our divorce, that woman then disappeared from all search engines. Go figure. As soon as I started to understand this program, everything that never added up about the so-called relationships with that woman added up completely. Last note, and this is to those people working as perp honeypots. They are very precise words for people who sleep with others for money. Your job is to smile, be nice, sleep with the person, get paid. Manage communications. All contacts with Vitis must be managed. Communications to and from the victims are tightly controlled, limiting them to individuals who are cleared to communicate with the Vitae. For victims of R&M like me, every communication is either controlled prior to communication or likely sanitized after the communication. Meaning, outgoing communication such as phone calls are blocked altogether or truncated to one of their agents, and casual or incidental contacts are likely approached by agents who probably spread one or more of the false narratives about the victim to avoid the opportunity that the citizen has anything but the controlled narrative view of the victim. Electronic communications are restricted to mediums under the total control of federal agencies or authorized contractors. Every cell phone that I have owned since 2004 has been under the complete control and surveillance of these operators. I was blocked from promoting my videos on YouTube. I've sent videos to dozens of people who are part of a victims group and later discovered that not a single one of the other victims had viewed the video. Is it possible that like-minded people would not care to know what others in their same situation have to say on a video? That is unlikely to the point of ridiculous. These are posts on my mother's Facebook page. There have been no detectable interactions in the form of positive or negative comments. How's that possible? Directed energy. Directed energy comes in various forms. The most common type is microwave energy. Within the microwave spectrum, there are two primary types used for very different purposes. Directed microwave energy, similar to the type used in a microwave oven, but operating on a frequency of 95 gigahertz, is primarily used as a so-called non-lethal pain weapon. According to Raytheon, the active denial systems platform emits a millimeter wave that, quote, penetrates the skin to 1/64th of an inch, producing intolerable heating sensation that causes targeted individuals to flee, unquote. I have personally experienced this weapon, but unlike when these individuals knew and expected something to happen, it is a far different scenario when a person has no idea why their skin suddenly started to burn, when they have no idea where it's coming from, and when they have no idea why this is happening. Imagine standing in a public space or in your private home and getting a tremendous burning sensation for no apparent reason. This directed energy beam, when beam width is considered, can be used to target a person and will not affect others around the target so long as the beam width and proximity to other persons are considered in the targeting. To unsuspecting citizens, these are terrorist acts, pure and simple. For the perpetrators, these are the perfect weapons for inflicting torture from a distance that is undetectable and untraceable. Stop for a moment and imagine trying to explain this weapon's use on you when no one else saw the weapon or felt the pain. The logical conclusion for anyone the victim may try to tell about this experience would likely be, there's no way. That's crazy talk. These weapons are pure evil. Second, the pulse microwave device is commonly known as voice to skull, V2K for short, or microwave hearing. One other term, which seems to be right out of a movie about a mad scientist, is called voice of God, which is most offensive in my opinion because it's tantamount to a claim of God-level powers over humans.
In 1994, the Air Force Research Laboratory carried out experiments where scientists used technology to transmit phrases into the heads of human subjects. How? By burying subliminal messages in microwaves and beaming them into a person's head. It seems like a weapon torn from the pages of a comic book. The Air Force denies it's working on one. But patent number 6470214, issued on October 22, 2002, says otherwise. The patent title, Method and Device for Implementing the Radio Frequency Hearing Effect. Patent holder, the U.S. Air Force.
Here's how the V2K process works. When people are illuminated with properly modulated low-power microwave, the sensation is reported as a buzzing, clicking, or hissing, which seems to originate within or just behind the head. The phenomenon occurs at pulsar frequencies as low as milliwatts per centimeter. With carrier frequencies, intelligible speech may be created. When a directed microwave pulse in the gigahertz range strikes the human body, a very small temperature perturbation occurs. This is associated with a sudden expansion of the slightly heated tissue. This expansion is fast enough to produce an acoustic wave. If a pulse stream is used, it could be possible to create an internal acoustic field in the 5 to 15 kilohertz range, which is audible. Try to imagine the scenario that some have described of a person talking directly in your head, saying horrible things, telling the victim to kill themselves or to harm others. This is a sick and barbaric crime. I thank God every day that I have escaped this pain thus far. I take you back to the words of Dr. Gene McCall in the 1990s as they bragged about their achievement, saying that now we can talk to selected adversaries in a fashion that would be most disturbing to them. The recent list of people claiming to have suffered this way is not lost on me because it appears the trend is to use violence against people who look more like me than the majority of the population. I spoke earlier about the electrically induced body pain. The capability exists to create a variety of sensations from hot to cold and pain in various parts of the body, all created using sensory arousal on a neurological level. These so-called non-lethal weapons can cause death either directly or indirectly. They are deployed against people like me by the hundreds, perhaps thousands today. The threat of private sector access and government misuse are issues that not only have not been explored by the American public, but the mere mention of the existence of these technologies appear to be considered a threat to national security in the minds of the people carrying out these crimes. There are other technologies and torture techniques as well. However, these are the most common. When all of these torture methods are used in concert, their goal appears to be to break the victim psychologically and record every moment of the process. The United States deployment of the RNN system, along with its network of support, surveillance, and counter-surveillance support systems, is perhaps the biggest open secret in human history. Part of the reason that this vast web of covert and overt lawlessness can exist is because of the unconstitutional provisions of the Patriot Act. Within our government, there are individuals who have the requirement to be able to effectively lie as part of their job description. Their job is to present sometimes outrageous lies in a way that the information seems credible and that this lie is ultimately believed.
So what I wanted to see is if you could give me a yes or no answer to the question, does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir.
It does not.
Not wittingly. There are cases where they could inadvertently, perhaps, collect, but not wittingly.
These individuals can use documents like this without the risk of challenge even to the truthfulness of the information from which the lies are based. Seriously? Why is the very existence of such a document not a huge red flag? Citizens are compelled to cooperate and prohibited from challenging any aspect of what they have been directed to do under the threat of actions such as fines or imprisonment. The goal is 100% control of the message. The term information dominance has consumed a substantial portion of national resources in the areas of communication as well as neurosciences for the past couple of decades. These all-encompassing efforts include programs to gain absolute access to all forms of communication. From the highest platform of hacking the human brain, they want access to all information encompassing every facet of human life. The powerful elites in the U.S. hierarchy evidently seek to know everything about anything or anyone at any time. Information is power. Information about the thoughts of anyone is the ultimate power. It appears that they also seek to control public perception in all things as well, from mass media to social media. Social media sites are weaponized. Federal agencies in the U.S. government have amassed a new standing army. But this time it is not an army carrying the weapons of war traditionally recognized as instruments of death designed to destroy property and to drain the life-sustaining essential components from the human body. These are far different, yet not unknown throughout the ages. This army is made up of soldiers of disinformation, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of everyday citizens who have been, as I was, tricked into believing that positions of trust means that the person is trustworthy. Everyday citizens have accepted the words of people with official titles, but these are just paid liars with one thing in mind: the mission. The mission is to gain the trust of every American, every inhabitant of this beloved planet Earth, and there is no lie too large to keep them from pursuing that goal. The complex controls involved in computer algorithms that I mentioned earlier actually do not need to have an elaborate demonstration of the power of software used to control social media sites to separate any information, person, or lie. Any person can see its power, and likely already has, but did not stop to consider the potential implications. For instance, when we decide to block someone on Facebook, after blocking, the blocked person can no longer see your posts, or even find the person who blocked them in a search on Facebook, or in some instances, search engines associated with the blocked person's profile. The blocked status applies both ways as well. on the blocked person as well as the blocker. For all intents and purposes, both profiles become invisible to each other. However, between associations, the two persons remain unchanged. For instance, say a blocker and a blockee, if that's a word, have a mutual friend. These two individuals can continue to comment on a mutual friend's timeline, but neither will see the other person's comments, and presumably nor the comments associated with that person's post. The same obviously can hold true to any person or group of people, even on a singular basis, and one would presume on a limited or permanent basis, such as make a comment invisible for a period, then change the comment to visible for any person at any time. The program should conceivably be able to perform any combination of these filtering actions. This is the ability to block anyone from seeing anything that the person who controls the software desires. Simply stated, it is completely logical that software that can hide one person's comment from another can hide any comment from anyone or everyone. I am 100% certain that my posts are routinely filtered to include a very small audience. All evidence in my own experiences point to this exact situation. I have posted dozens of things on my personal social media page that seem invisible to everyone who is not an authorized viewer, part of the network of perpetrators, fake environments tailored for each victim. Recall that I shared what I considered to be valuable information on my sister's and my mother's timeline, and they said that they could see it, but they do so only if I inquire about it. In all the instances of posting on one of my family's social media pages, only one individual has commented, one man who claims to work with my sister, and his comments were always negative or otherwise antagonistic, obviously designed to create conflict that could later be used against me. One other relative has made contact. Shortly afterward, she began to post lots of pictures of expensive shoes and clothes on her page, something that was previously completely out of character for her. Not her or anyone else, with the exception of my oldest living sister and mother in my family, has ever made a comment to me about any portion of this saga. What are the chances that absolutely no one in my family could have anything to say positively or negatively about anything that I have posted? When my mother and I last saw each other, my oldest sister was scheduled to come to visit as well, but did not make it. My mother traveled alone, and I provided her with this document which detailed the history of mind control over the years, which is 100% verifiable proof of the existence of the program that I have talked about for years. My mother asked for a copy to study, and I asked her to please share it with other family members since this document seems to be invisible to them on Facebook. Weeks after returning, I asked my mother what she had done with the information I gave her. She said, quote, "Put it away with some other important papers." I spoke earlier about the use of everyday citizens to terrorize the Vitae. That participation does not stop there. They are important players in the world of weaponized social media. After evaluation for suitability, these citizen soldiers, which include community action groups, church groups, and others, or just your everyday so-called concerned citizen, enter this realm of disinformation merchants. They are likely served a letter such as the National Security Letter, which forbids disclosure of the circumstances surrounding their involvement, and then they are trapped. You have seen them sharing outrageous lies online like flat earth, alien abductions, and the pervasive presence of demonic cults, etc. Each propaganda circle specializes in a particular type of disinformation, As the message grows in sophistication, I have noticed that recently their messages are being spread by adding factual information mixed in with outrageous lies to confuse any casual observer. Their ultimate goal seems to be to have the observer simply throw their hands up in confusion and discount everything about the individual topics as lies. This is a near-perfect method of discrediting hard facts by associating these facts with well-known lies such as flat Earth. This is disinformation, which has been the principal tool of the intelligence agencies for over 100 years. Best of all, this industry was authorized by the National Defense Authorization Act of fiscal year 2013. Section 1078A amended the Information and Educational Exchange Act of 1948 and the Foreign Relations Authorization Act of 1987, which allows for materials produced by the State Department and the Broadcasting Board of Governors, BBG, to be released within the United States borders for the archivists of the United States. Simply stated, the U.S. government made it legal to lie to us if the U.S. government deemed it to be in the government's interests. Let's stop a moment and let that sink in. We Americans told our government that it is perfectly fine and legal to lie to us if they, the government, believes that the lie is in the government's best interest. Seriously? What the heck did you think they would do with that type of power? How's that working out so far? Our government routinely lies to us about monumentally important issues, most of which directly affect physical conditions as well as life or death of our fellow citizens. Sometimes the line is blurred, as in the case of Colin Powell's speech before the United Nations.
Every statement I make today is backed up by sources, solid sources. These are not assertions. What we're giving you are facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence.
Then there are outright lies.
What I'm saying is that the Director of National Intelligence in March did directly lie to Congress, which is against the law. He said that they were not collecting any data on American citizens.
You're talking about James Clapper.
And it turns out they're collecting billions of data on phone calls every day. So it was a lie. What I'm saying is that by lying to Congress, which is against the law, he severely damaged the credibility of the entire Intelligence Committee. Now, community.
From a logical standpoint, which reason would be a more fitting reason for our government to require the collection of metadata on every citizen through the dragnet surveillance of the entire population? A possible terrorist in the country? Or efforts to manage tens of thousands of Americans who are secretly being monitored through illegal remote neural monitoring programs that the American people would likely view as reprehensible acts against us? I know the answer, but I'll let you decide for yourself. Our plight today falls on deaf ears. Federal agencies armed with the instant authority and credibility afforded by the emblems of our great nations lie, deny, or ignore us as we victims continue to tell our truth on deaf ears. I, like thousands of other victims, do not deserve this. No one does. I get it. Using my own standard, the truth is all that matters. How does anyone know that any of this pertains to me? Where is the proof that any of these things are happening to me? Let's examine just a handful of the extreme tactics used on me, as well as some of the classic signs of trauma-based mind control experimentations that I have documented. This is a screenshot of my desktop computer. It has 3 hard drives. One is the operating system. 2 of them are purely file storage. There are around 3 terabytes of data on the 2 storage disks, all evidence and information I have gathered in the last 3 years or so since learning that I have been a lab rat for most of my life. The second thing to notice here is the screen capture program that I have used to capture much of the activity on my computer. However, what is not clear is that the program has been altered to eliminate part of the information. Screen capture shots in full screen were altered, cut off on the right side, which is exactly where the date and time should have been shown. This small screen capture alteration went unnoticed by me for about 7 months, and once discovered, my attempts to change the program failed. The properly operating system was only corrected by uninstalling and reinstalling the app with the assistance of the software company's tech support. The program is designed to automatically provide the option of saving the file to a common MP4 file extension format for its native or default MKV file capture format once the capture is terminated. That capability has also been making it necessary to go back, find the MKV file, and convert it to MP4 format after each recording. This provides several potential benefits for the perpetrator, as it allows for the opportunity to misconverting a saved file. A saved file would have made it easier to locate later because it would have been named. It also is an opportunity for the perpetrators to dispute a file that does not have the exact same save time and date as the original recording, making each a potential opportunity for dispute in a legal proceeding. The removal of the date for several months and the elimination of the ability to save in a universally readable file format, both are excellent tools in degrading the effectiveness of my mountain of data collected that proves what these perpetrators do to me and other victims every day. This is evidence and 100% proof of efforts to harass and degrade my internet experience. Proof is a bad word for these evil individuals. Upon stopping the recording session in Wireshark, the program locked up and would not save the data. This is a common tactic, but thankfully I recorded the fact that the program was prevented from saving the evidence I had captured. Here are my words at the time that I recorded this last incident that I will discuss here.
It is still not responding. That's because it was a hack with a deliberate crash. Well, I shouldn't even use the term hack because they have complete control over this computer. So it's not really a hack. It's just that they use their ultimate authority over the computer to crash the Wireshark program and prevent it from providing evidence that they use spoofing and other tactics to slow down the internet connection that I documented earlier. This is what they do.
There are tens of thousands of files on this computer, and the evidence indicates that the people who track me like an animal have a copy of every one of them. This deep file search reveals nearly all files on the entire computer system, all drives and all folders. It takes a very long time to finish compiling a complete search of 3 terabytes of data. What comes out the other end of this search, however, is disturbing. There are files with the same name as my original files with an icon that indicates that they are network addresses to allow these files to be accessed as part of a closed server type system. These are the files, the ones with the globe-shaped icon, which looks like a browser icon. As far as I can tell, these files are every file that I have created or saved during the past months. I have no idea how many there are, thousands, possibly every file ever created on this computer. How is this legal? Adobe Acrobat is a great program. Its key feature is the ability to have any document, picture, or file in a permanent print style format, a near exact duplicate of the original in a digital file, most commonly known as a PDF file. PDFs are widely used and trusted in court cases because they record all actions to the file. Another great feature is to save what is an image of a file, but still have the ability to capture the words and letters on the page, a process called optical character recognition, or OCR. The great thing about OCR is that it allows users to store files in a more secure format, but without losing the ability to search file contents such as keywords. For this reason, PDF files are widely used in library file storage or documents distribution online. I have thousands of them on my computer, and it is much more difficult to find the one you want if you do not know the file name and cannot search for the file using keywords. That important feature has been removed from my Adobe Acrobat system, and not even a first-level Adobe support specialist could give it back to me. In fact, a tech support expert had to take control of my computer to reactivate that feature. OCR could not be reactivated by simply reinstalling the software. After hours of work, the tech support expert enabled the OCR feature once again. However, within 2 days of reinstalling the OCR feature, the perpetrators removed it again. Here are my words at one of my recorded demonstrations of the problem. These are files that I attempted to do the same thing with. And they're here in 3 different formats. This is Word. This is used the MS print. This is Adobe print. And I want to show you the difference. So this is the Microsoft print. That's optical character recognition. And what happens is once you save it in Microsoft, you have to actually physically select this and recognize text. And then it's not a problem. All right, we're not going to do that because the text is already recognized. Now, I'm going to leave that open. Let's close this one. Now I'm going to open. This is the one that was printed in Adobe. It's the same one. But look at the first thing that happens here. The first thing that you notice is that the files are not even. They don't even look the same. It doesn't even print the file correctly when you print it in the Adobe format. Look at this. Part of the words have actually been hidden. This one's recorded correctly. This is the Adobe. Look at that. Oops. This is the Adobe. It is completely unsearchable. The text has actually, not only is it not optical character recognition, but you cannot even read them. So I want to show that it's not optical character recognition. I'm going to recognize text. See, it says it's scanning for a searchable image to extract, and it's not going to find any. See that? This is literally unusable data. You cannot copy it at all. To prove that point, we're going to copy this, and I'm going to go back to that back to that Word document, and I'm going to paste it. That's what you get. That's what it reads. We'll go here and show it even better. This is without any formatting whatsoever. So whatever it sees is going to print on that page without format. Now, the same thing with this document. That's already had an optical character recognition. Copy. Go here. Paste. Unformat it. Perfect. Exact duplicate of what's there. In the 2016 film Jason Bourne, the actress portraying the newly established head of the Cyber Ops Division of the CIA was alerted that a hack had occurred on CIA servers. The CIA agent directed her operators to gain access to the location of the breach and her personnel to prepare to kill the power to the building. Before they killed the power from her location thousands of miles away, she remotely planted a tracking attachment to a file that was being accessed so that once opened again, the CIA would get a notification of the geo-coordinates of the computer that opened the file. That all looks like Hollywood spy fiction, but it is art imitating life. That process, although perhaps not exactly how it was done there, is absolutely not just possible, but it is a reality that has been done to me. Here's a look at one of the times that I discovered a file with one of these devices attached. The only reason I knew about it is because it could not call out. Detections of these devices is only possible by opening them on a computer with a communication device blocked and firewalled against all traffic. Otherwise, it appears that the device just sits dormant until the internet connection is made, then calls the designated server silently and covertly. Wireshark is a network packet analyzer. You could think of a network packet analyzer as a measuring device used to examine what's going on inside a internet network system. Just like a voltmeter is used by an electrician to examine what's going on in an electrical cable, but at a higher level of detail, of course. Network packet capture can provide information about individual data packets such as transit time, source, destination, identification or header data, and protocol type, which is the special set of rules that endpoints in the electronic connection use when they communicate. This information can be used for evaluating security events and troubleshooting network security device issues. In my case, the protocol exchange between the dummy system producing the endless stream of useless requests for information to the actual server and my computer is the problem. Those fake requests are called spoofing. Each yellow line here is a small individual request for information that was used to clog up the network between my computer and the server that provides my internet data. Each packet is an individual attack. Although each one is small, in their thousands, they form a highly effective way of degrading internet service quality or even to deny internet service altogether. According to Best VPN, the VPN app connects your device to a server run by the VPN provider. All data that travels between your device and the VPN server is encrypted to ensure that no one else can see it. The VPN server acts as a gateway to the internet, and all your internet data is routed through it. A VPN will protect you when you're using all forms of public Wi-Fi because your data is securely encrypted. That is obviously not true if the federal government wants your information. It has been my experience that if they want to have a better look at your electronic communications, they just cut the service remotely, gain access to the file or web tracking device that they already installed on your computer, then allow you to connect again. Based on my own experience, they absolutely know which sites you visit indicated to me by the timeliness of some disconnects that would only have been because they knew I was accessing information that ran counter to their efforts to prevent knowledge and understanding of their crimes. My activity and the activity of many Vitis is the obsession of these groups. They appear to have complete control of all program functions via access to the software. The level of control over each of the big two social media sites seems equal and unlimited. One strong indication of their control of the software is the frequent problems with apps icons for the major social media sites. Look at this. My computer cannot decide which icon it should choose here in the taskbar. Knowing for over a year that my activity on Facebook and Twitter was heavily screened from the view of everyone except the same people or the same groups of people, I wanted to see what others would see if they happened upon my profile. One day I had checked into a hotel after newly reinstalling my computer's operating system. The computer had never been online before, and I had not logged in to my Facebook or LinkedIn accounts yet. The hotel had an Ethernet cable internet connection, which is more difficult to hack than Wi-Fi. So I thought, why not try to see what others see about me before I log into my profiles on social media? My suspicions were 100% correct. Outside of my carefully managed world, I did not exist. In LinkedIn, the inquiry indicated that the search was blocked. My Facebook profile, as searched in Google, was not there at all. My Facebook profile was completely invisible to the outside world, as if it did not exist.
Because when you bring up this guy, this is obviously not me. I've never been a member of any type of roadsters, and these are definitely not my friends. People with similar names. Let's try again. I don't come up.
Later, I joined Twitter, hoping for more privacy. At first, I did nothing with the account. Then one day, I decided to become active on Twitter. Bad idea. They launched an all-out assault on my account. Here is a video I produced at the time that explains it better than I can now. Shortly afterwards, specifically on the 10th of October, I detected that my Twitter account had been hacked. During the initial days of logging on to the new computer, I had not logged on to my Twitter account. I don't use it very often at all. To my horror, 262 of the 279 people that I was following on my Twitter page had been added by someone else. I immediately took steps to try to rectify the situation by contacting Twitter. I realized immediately, based on the type of information that had been posted, that had been listed as I was following, that there was a narrative trying to be developed. So I contacted Twitter through their support site by tweeting them, because they don't provide an actual item in their support link for reporting these types of attacks. So I sent it to them through their support link, and I got no response. A couple of days later, I retweeted the same problem to them, and I got no response. Now, as it turns out, I logged on for the very next time today, and once again, I guess I shouldn't be surprised at this, but I was, since I had already contacted Twitter and alerted them of the problem. They act with an impunity that is unlike anything I could have imagined. So my system is now up to was now up to 590 different people that had listed me as following, and I had only followed 17 of them. I could not believe it. This is a print of my Twitter settings before I removed this. I do not own a Windows phone. So starting on the 7th of October, which was basically the next day after I set up my computer, my new computer, they went to work in a big way. Look at this. This is when they were uploading all the information to my, all the followers, the fake followers or followers that I had not selected to my account. One after another. And I don't use Twitter enough to know about this section of Twitter. So then I had to go through one by one and block each one of them. Was the only way to remove them from the system. And that's what I did. And it took well over an hour to do them. But this is the type of heinous harassment that I have to deal with every single day. And yeah, those log-ons from India were not only used to attack me, but they became my account's home country, according to the message in the support area when I looked for assistance for the problem. Public sentiment is everything. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. He who molds opinions is greater than he who enacts laws. Those are the words of Abraham Lincoln. At the heart of psychological warfare is the ability to control sentiment, meaning what people believe to be real and true. This is at the heart of this remote neural monitoring and mind control program. The images we see on television, the viral messages on social media, all have a message to send. Each are the psychological conditioning tools of the people pulling the levers in America. They are telling you, this is what is important. This is what you should know. This is what you should never say. This is what you should be concerned about. This is what you should never think. This message is not just for Vitize, but every living soul in America and beyond. It is a system in full operation that must make Mr. Frank Church turn over in his grave.
I thought that it was a matter of real concern that planted stories intended to serve a national purpose abroad came home and were circulated here and believed here, because this would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. And we're looking at that very carefully.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
From the intense receiving end of the psychological warfare game, we victims are subjected to every conceivable little mind game, each specifically designed and executed for their effectiveness against that particular person. Tactics proven effective as indicated in their victim-centric protocol.
My animals are being hurt. This is my little chicken. Her name is Ernie, and she has had her wings clipped. My cat, let me see if I can change this around. My cat Henry has had, it looks like hot oil put on his head.
The cold irony with my situation is that I consider myself to be a bit old-fashioned, one who still believes that men open doors, pay checks for meals out, and know how to fix stuff. That is not to say that others with alternative lifestyles are wrong, just that it is not for me. I enjoy the look, the sound, and the scent of a woman. Attractive and feminine is beautiful to me, but feminine is most beautiful when it is mentally strong and confident. I've had a lot of girlfriends. That is not a brag or a slight. It is an acceptance of fact. It stands to reason because I've been single for a long time. In the classic swift boat, meaning attack a person's strongest quality, mode of much of the attacks against Vitae, they seek to destroy your greatest strength or the thing you cherish most. In my case, they have executed a relentless campaign to make me think, have targeted and accused me of an alternative lifestyle, which is as stupid and outrageous as the earth reversing its rotation. But that does not matter to them. Never mind the fact that the beautiful women honeypot, or honey perps as I prefer to call them, has been their most effective tool against me. Heck, I married one of their honey perps, the ultimate insult. They have bombarded me with relentless innuendos and outright attacks, using their perps to follow, harass, or try to stand close to me in public. All these things I just ignore, steer clear, or move away from any person or potential incident. What I cannot get away from are the pictures, ads, and other messaging online. That is their domain. The campaign to shove this narrative in my face has been long, relentless, a 24/7, 365 operation involving nearly everything that I see every day, from web pages to iTunes movie selections. Yes, you heard me correctly. Once the conditioning phase is complete, sensitizing the victim to that particular form of harassment, keeping the psychological operation alive is easy. I've taken care of my body most of my life and consider myself in good shape for a man of nearly 60 years. For reasons that I cannot confirm, I gained weight last year for the first time in my life. I got back in the gym to try to lose it. That is when the targeted ads started for fat and weight loss. I had never searched for a weight loss product online in my life. I do not believe in them. Yet, I was bombarded with hundreds of ads, some of them full-length advertisements attached to videos that I opened. Staying healthy is a struggle for every Vitae. Concern for your health is a constant after being exposed to so many types of electronic and chemical hazards. They first feed your concerns, then they attack those concerns relentlessly with ads that follow your every turn online. The messaging, your liver has been damaged. You get these ads. Did you forget something? Is it early Alzheimer's? Then the alternative lifestyle. This has been their favorite attack on me. I've only shopped online for one item of women's clothes in my life. It consisted of one day, perhaps a 30-minute search for my mother's birthday. I have shopped for tons of men's clothes and shoes for myself. Yet I am bombarded by ads of women's clothes. I know that the search was unrelated, but in the interest of facts, that was important to note. Look at this. These are a fraction of what I see. They are relentless. You cannot escape their reach. Even in the middle of a men's item search, they will get their attack in. What does this type of access cost? Is it voluntary? One of the most disturbing was a Facebook post from one of my sister's Facebook friends. I was tagged as one of these women in this post. Here are my words at the time.
Kenneth Peartree, Manly, tagged a photo of you. To add to your timeline, go to timeline review. So it says it comes from my sister, but the photo is from this lady. And when I open the photo, according to the photo, this is me. As you can see, nobody else is tagged in this photo.
Perception management involves long-term planning. As I explained earlier, they choose the way that they will get rid of you. Then they put in place a series of events that can be twisted to suit their lie once they eliminate the person. And their lie to the public, safe with the fact that the victim is either dead or permanently discredited with some false diagnosis of mental illness. They are free to spin the lie any way they want. Here's a look at the steps they have already executed for their planned elimination of me as a threat to exposing their crimes. These perpetrators have worked very hard to paint me as potentially violent, a very easy label to place on a man whose skin looks like mine. I have seen multiple attempts to entrap me with fake fights, hoping to get me involved, even outright physical contact by men who pretend to be drunk, grabbing and pushing me. I simply get away from them. But once again, online it's hard to get away. Thank God for my screen recorder and GoPro camera to capture so many events. The Facebook auto start video was used relentlessly for some time until I started keeping my camera handy and purchased a screen recorder. Watching any video online, they would insert an auto start fight video in amongst completely unrelated material. Then later they can say, "We have evidence that he watched multiple violent videos in the months leading up to," whatever lie they are telling at the time. Here are some of my words at the time this video was recorded.
I would never watch something like this intentionally. Let's see if I can scroll down without losing it. So there it is. That's the video I was watching. And this time. So this type of violent video, they shove in front of me every single chance they get.
Some of my time in Tampa was spent with this honey perp. I knew something was not right, but I must admit she was one of the best at her job of deception. I cared deeply for her. Her job was to set up a situation where this incident could happen. Her supposed ex-partner was jealous, and he did some harassing things to me and made sure that I knew it was him by driving by me and staring me in the face. I did not know him before that, but when I saw his picture in photos that the honeypot perp showed me, I knew it was him. He let the air out of my tires and called me on the phone several times, but that was about it. There was no violence to me involved in any way, although, as with any event like this, I was concerned. Without getting into every detail of the event, basically, I discovered that the air was released from my tires, not completely, just low. The man called my house several times and told me he knew where I lived. He later drove by and threw some flyers out with unflattering remarks about the honey perp. When I went to visit her at her home, I parked outside her home in visitors parking. He texted her several times while I was there, and I thought that perhaps I should move my car into her parking area. When I went out to the car, my tires were low again, and I came back to the house after moving the car, told her what had happened, and he started to text her more, saying that he was sending someone to her house for her. She called 911. When I went to my car when the police arrived, the air had been let out of 2 more tires. I had no plans to file a restraining order. The honey perp said that she was going to file. On the day she planned to go to file, she asked if I would accompany her. Of course I would. Once inside, she said, "You're going to file as well, aren't you?" Without time to think of the ramifications of such an act, I agreed to submit a petition as well. To my surprise, she told me that her attorney would just throw my case in with hers and not charge me. I should have known then and there that something evil was amiss. When the case went to court, the restraining order was granted with the title "Repeat Violence," which was on the form that I was handed by the honey perp. I later noticed, but did not notice on the day that I filed the complaint. I have no idea if there's another type of case to file for protection, but the label fit their intended narrative perfectly. There was no violence, not in my claim on the documents or in the acts. The second level of this demented act was the same guy filed a petition on me, lied, and it went to court. The judge denied his petition for a restraining order against me, but the accusation was then on record. The headline of "Repeat Violence," without me to explain otherwise, both could be perfect for them later. They could say, "We know that there is a history of him being involved in violence." It would be a lie, and everyone would look at the sealed court records of the separate incidents and believe every word. Shortly after that, the honey perp started doing little things that led me to believe that she was seeing someone else, something that the perpetrators knew I would not be involved with, and I broke off the relationship with her. She was mission complete, and she was likely handsomely rewarded for sleeping with me to make it all happen. I now understand that my entire adult life has been connected with these honeypot perp relationships. When I was trying to decide if I would go to Europe and take the job, this lady, who was the friend of a guy who was a new acquaintance, the friend of another guy that I thought I knew for years, turned out that he was a perp as well, befriended me for years, cultivating trust. This is the system. When the friend of a friend says, "Look after this lady when she comes to town," of course you do that. She was from Germany, right at the time that I had to decide if I wanted to take the job in Germany, and I was having second thoughts. Electronic harassment is one of the most effective cornerstones of the psychological warfare program. It is a near-perfect tool, silent, invisible, even to the victim, and nearly impossible for most to report without securing for the perpetrators the other pillar of this heinous program, making the victim sound mentally ill. One little known or discussed fact is that these electronic weapons are made effective and selective through the use of one of the most common substances in nature, bacteria. This is bacteria in the form of biofilm. I cannot adequately explain the process on this video, but I will tell you that it is 100% true and it works. The entire exterior of the vitized body is turned into an antenna for what evidence suggests are electronic devices. Some victims may not have implants at all. I believe that these biofilms are the receptors that make the victim sense the emissions. making them more sensitive to receiving the radio frequencies or microwave attacks. This is why Vitae's report being attacked in crowded rooms with seemingly no one else affected. The people without these biofilms literally do not feel the emissions because their bodies are not adequately equipped to sense that level of the signal, which is easily detected by the Vitae with a body covered in this biofilm. The second very troubling fact is that these are bacteria distributed to the victim in the water that we use to bathe or to drink. This bacteria can cause a wide range of health problems, some even fatal. Here's an explanation of how biofilms work.
I think there's an increasing recognition that biofilms play a role in chronic diseases. And the reason for that is that biofilms are very difficult to eradicate. They live on surfaces, they produce extracellular materials that can defend themselves against human immune cells or antibiotics, and therefore they're very difficult to remove, and once they form on a surface they're very difficult for your body or for drugs to kill them.
We have done studies in which we have grown biofilms and then tried to add penicillin, gentamicin, some standard type antibacterial agent, and we're not seeing it do anything.
Examples of this can include infections of bone, infections of your heart valves, infection of the urinary tract, in which bacteria can colonize these surfaces in the human body and live there for long periods of time.
Now, what we know about these communities is that it takes such a greater concentration of antibiotic to get rid of them that it is not indicated. You're talking about anywhere from 500 to 5,000 times the concentration that normally is the minimum inhibitory concentration of antibiotic that it takes to kill bacteria in a biofilm.
The life cycle begins when bacteria enter the bloodstream from various infection routes and evade the immune system or antibiotics. Formation begins with attachment of planktonic bacteria to the surface, preconditioned with proteins from the host immune system. Irreversible attachment to host proteins signals the bacteria to create biofilm and is the first committed step of biofilm growth. The bacteria anchor themselves permanently using cell adhesion structures such as pili and receptors called epitopes. This encourages new bacteria to attach to newly arriving cells, providing adhesion sites and building the protective matrix of the biofilm structure. Cells now communicate via quorum sensing and use small molecules to regulate gene expression within the bacterium. The community grows through both cell division and recruitment. The development of this complex biofilm makes the community resistant to the immune response and antibiotics. It may include diverse species of bacteria, yeasts, minerals, and host proteins.
I'm trained as a PhD in microbiology, and I work with a number of medical teams. The one that I work with here predominantly is the orthopedic surgery team of Allegheny General Hospital. And they are my direct employers, but I'm associated with the Center for Genomic Sciences, which is part of Allegheny Singer Research Institute, which is a really red-hot research institute associated with the Allegheny General Hospital. We gave up on analyzing water and soil populations using cultures in the late 1970s, early 80s. So cultures are only used in the medical side. And now we realize that cultures are just not very good at picking up biofilm infections, and particularly in orthopedics, where I'm working, and you get an infected knee or you get an infected hip, it runs culture negative all the time. And the surgeons will just treat it like an infection, treat it with antibiotics. But the nuisance of it being culture negative is really bad because you don't know which bacteria you're dealing with and you don't know which antibiotics to use. So we're now crystallizing a new method of looking at bacterial infections in orthopedics using quite different techniques. We're out of the culture era. A great many gentlemen my age will be affected by prostatitis. They'll live with it for the rest of their lives. They'll get intermittent antibiotic therapy for the acute episodes, but they've got a biofilm in their prostate. And we really can't quite convince even the medical people in the area yet that it's a biofilm disease and we should be treated in a biofilm way. And the biofilm way is big doses of antibiotics very consistently, and sometimes even the removal of the organ prophylactically to stop the infection, because biofilms really can't be treated with little doses of antibiotic. They have to be dug out. When you have a cancer, you have a body of the cancer and you have metastasis. That is, little pieces of the cancer will go somewhere else and start to grow. And this is exactly the problem we have with biofilm infections. For example, if you have a biofilm endocarditis, it can seed into your lungs, it can seed into your brain, and it can produce all kinds of little biofilms that jam in your capillary beds and cause stroke and cause pneumonia in the lung. So basically a biofilm infection is something that's seeded somewhere, just like a cancer, and like the cancer metastasizes to different area, the biofilm also spreads to different areas, and we can have a strategy that stops that spread. And in fact, you use antibiotics to stop single bacteria from migrating somewhere and setting up a new biofilm. So exact parallel between biofilms and cancer.
I was diagnosed with septicemia in 2006, a very deadly ailment. The important thing to know is that septicemia is almost always related to some form of immune system deficiency, intravenous drug use, or an illness that required medical treatment. I had none of them. In fact, I have never done drugs. At that point, I had only been in the hospital twice for medical testing and surgery in my life, never for treatment of an illness. Moreover, most would see my immune system as extraordinary because I have not had even a common cold since 1984. I remember the year because I had what was diagnosed as walking pneumonia that year, was given some antibiotics and directed to stay home for a few days. Since that day, I have not had another cold, when prior to that I had a small cold about once a year or so. How could it be that a man with a strong immune system contracted this disorder? Doctors were puzzled as well, and during my week in the hospital, I was visited by teams of doctors and had around a dozen tests. Even the Center for Disease Control, CDC, sent doctors to ask me questions. Following my hospital visit, I had to wear an intravenous antibiotic drip bag for another 3 weeks. I now fully understand that the endless barrage of biofilms that I had ingested had finally released their bacteria spores that clogged the lymphatic glands at the top of my leg, causing the bacteria to bypass the filtration process, thereby entering my bloodstream. The pain and swelling I experienced associated with that gland, according to my doctors, identified it as a likely entry point, but they said that they did not know how or why the bacteria got to that gland. Today it is clear to me. I drank it in the tap water in my home, something I did regularly in 2006. I have learned to degrade biofilm's ability to attach itself to my skin by applying baby oil immediately after showering. I have found that this process reduces overall growth rates and creates a slippery surface on the skin, making it more difficult for the biofilm to attach to my skin. Here's what biofilm looks like when it detaches from the skin. The effects of electromagnetic emissions have been dramatically reduced with this one simple step. There are other simple remedies to find some relief that I will discuss at a later date. I had experienced chronically recurring urinary tract ailments and prostatitis by the age 30, all symptomatic of ingesting these toxins over decades of my life. Septicemia is a potentially deadly illness. I could have died or suffered irreparable damage to organs or other areas of my body had I not acted immediately. At the onset of the symptoms, I had no idea what was wrong, just that I never normally felt ill. I was ill, very sick, with a rapid onset fever. At first check, 101. I went out to buy a few things, hoping to feel better, then checked it 45 minutes later, and it was 103. I immediately packed some clothes and drove to the VA emergency room, expecting to be admitted to the hospital. This was a 7-turn, approximately 22-mile major road drive that I had taken several times in the past, yet I made several wrong turns on the way. Mental confusion had set in. They ran blood tests and x-rays. Unable to figure it out, they sent me home with antibiotics, which made me feel better. The next day, Sunday, I got a call asking me to return to the hospital for more tests. I said that I could come by on Monday after setting up my job site, but they said, "We kind of need you to come back as soon as possible to be admitted." That was shocking. I now understand that had I laid down hoping to feel better when I felt ill that day, perhaps I would not have survived. Septicemia can be deadly. I was lucky to have health insurance. Someone without health insurance perhaps would have taken the rest approach first. That would have likely ended their life. As I explained earlier in what may have been somewhat confusing terms, I will provide more tangible insight to now. Electromagnetic weapons are evil on an unimaginable level. This is a scientific gift that has been turned into the ultimate torture weapon.
Most described it as feeling like a hot oven or grill being opened up.
And untraceable, and for most undetectable emission that causes real harm to the victim. Undetectable for most, but I have found ways to detect the emissions. Sometimes an AM radio tuned to a dead spot with little or no static can be a very effective emissions detector to help locate the source of high microwave energy fields. Ask any Vitae, and they will tell you that their bed is their own customized torture chamber. It is true. It is the one place that these perpetrators know that the victim cannot run from. We can move it, but we must always have a place to sleep, and no place is safe from the ultimate power.
Magnetic fluxes. See that big jump? Set night. You see a steel centered around this bed. Top side. Look at that. 100 at the bed. Fairly constant 20. Just to back the phone away to see that it's not the phone. See, jump to 100. Back down.
It's very clear where the signal's coming from and where it's positioned. Directly over the bed. The other area, you notice when I get here, the signal disappears. Watch this. So where I sit and where I sleep.
The presumed pulsed nature of emissions make them difficult to isolate and hold, but the effects of their weapon can be seen, in my case, in very fine muscle twitch. I have heard some victims saying that their entire body shakes. These subtle muscle movements are a nuisance more than anything, a constant reminder that they control your neurological system. But imagine trying to sleep with this happening to your body. These attacks also can change your heart rate, sometimes slowing it and sometimes increasing the rate. Where you normally sit is a focus for weapons targeting. Where you sleep is torture central. Sleep deprivation is one of the pillars of this program. The lack of sleep weakens the victim in all the right ways that these perpetrators need them weakened to fit the program's central goals. Medical experts report that a lack of sleep can trigger mania in people who have manic depression. Other psychological risks include impulsive behavior, depression, paranoia, and suicidal thoughts, a virtual smorgasbord of delectable symptoms for the perpetrators. That is likely the reason why sleep depravity is relentless against vitize. Remote access to victims' neurological systems is most complete during the unconscious hours of sleep, providing the perpetrators nearly unrelenting control of vital body functions such as heart rate, regulation of body temperature, and even muscle control. Dream manipulation is a favorite as well. I purchased this sleep monitoring device, and the results of my first couple of studies were a rude awakening to me, no pun intended. I had often been awakened by a rapid heart rate and thought it must have been a dream, but I would not have recalled a dream. Then I got these results. Here are my words about what I discovered. I am bringing this up to demonstrate the sleep deprivation portion of this targeting. One of the things they do is to prevent your body from getting proper rest by preventing it from going into its deep REM sleep. And they keep the heart rate up during almost the entire sleep cycle. We're going to start with this file, the 12 August file, because it's the most stark. USB 12 August. I'm going to move this out of the way for a minute. It's still open, just on a different screen. And this is, let's go to the summary report first. Look at this. My average heart rate is 81.1. This is while I'm sleeping. Average heart rate of 81.1. You see it drop down to 47, which is normal when you're sleeping, for it to slow down very slow when you're sleeping. but they won't allow it to stay that way. Oops. Kill that. So now if I go to the strip chart, and this is where it really gets interesting. I wonder if I can't make this much smaller. But what this does is allow you to select different times to be able to see this. So this is started at 2:20 a.m. And if you look at my heart rate at 3:15 was 88 beats per second. There it is right there. You can follow along with that. I'm just going to move this along. Oops. Just going to hit various points. Look at that, 91. Look at this one, 98 beats per second. 98. It dropped down here to 86 and went right back up. Looks like I settled in here, but they won't allow it to stay that way. It went back up to, it went from 73 within seconds back up to 88. Here's another big spike. This could have been a movement of some type. I could have shifted in bed and caused it to give a little bit of a spike. But when they're consistent like this, there's no doubt in it. 93. These are all. Even here when they were low, 81. It bottomed out at 71. That's, I'm supposed to be sleeping now. At no point during this night did I get any measure of rest. It dropped down to 52 here, which was me going into my REM sleep, and they spike it right back up, 84. This is truly disturbing. This entire period, this is the 80 mark. The 80 mark runs right across here, and you can see this entire period is hovering right around the 80 mark when I'm supposed to be sleeping. That's supposed to be rest. This was by far the worst one. This was the first one that I actually saved to my computer, and this is the first one I looked at. I saved a couple of them and I didn't go through them. Oops. Let's look at the other one that I saved. It's not as bad, but it's similar. Let's look at 8 August. As you can see, both of these were transferred onto the computer at the same time. The date modified, that's just the date that they were put onto the computer. That's all that was. Now, this will give you a better picture on what it should be and the way it's being manipulated. This is after I started quite late here, 3:19. I mean, I'm a night owl. As you can see, the oxygen in my blood is perfect. It's fine. It's around 90. It drops a couple times, but it's very good. There's no problems there. Look at this. This is where it should be. So from 3:37 to 3:42, I got a little rest, and then they bumped it up. It went to 75. So I was going in and out of this REM sleep. This is at least I was getting some rest here. 58. Now watch this. It climbs right back up again. 87. Topping out here at 90. 77. 80. 81. 83. Try to get some rest again, and it spikes back up. Now this is what my REM sleep should look like. This is when you're resting. And I only got this rest between 3:35 and the 353, for instance, and then look at this. Absolutely steady, elevated. Oops. There we go. 82, 84, 81, tiny drop here to 66, but then right back up, spiked back up to 82. This is not normal. If I go to this report and look at my summary, you can see my average pulse in this study is 74. My average pulse when I'm sleeping, even on this one of the better ones, my average pulse when I'm sleeping is higher than my normal resting pulse rate. It's not right. Because my employers have been at the center of all the actions against me, it is important that I go into a few details about two of the major work-related traumas I faced. My first full-time employment after retirement from the United States Air Force is especially noteworthy because it is there that I became a whistleblower. This section was much longer, but I shortened it because the mountain of basic data about my ordeal that I needed to cover made this video much longer than intended. Following retirement from the military after 25 plus years of serving our nation, a former colleague from MacDill Air Force Base called me and said that he had applied for a job, had received an interview, but the job included travel and he did not want to travel. He went on to say that they asked if there was another retired military member that he knew that would be interested. And he said that he thought of me because I was single. He was not. I thought it odd, but welcomed the opportunity for full-time employment. I had gotten my feet wet working as a baggage handler at the airport, hoping to get a foot in the door to another opportunity at that international airport. So I called the firm using the number provided and talked to the department manager. We talked for about 10 minutes and he was talking about when could I start. I remember thinking, that's fast. It seemed odd, and I had not been in the civilian job market before the last few months. I suggested that I send him a copy of my resume, and one day later after he received it, I had a job offer. The firm was an environmental management company from just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. I would be assigned to their San Antonio, Texas office, working with combined titles of construction site superintendent, quality control officer, and responsible officer. That was in July 2004. By July 2008, I had earned a promotion to project manager, a rapid ascent by most accounts because I had no previous experience in the fuel system construction management industry. Yet, this ascent was not without some serious challenges from a totally new profession as well as learning curves at navigating the civilian employment marketplace. One individual that I now know was a perp. I will call him Mr. S.E. Very obviously opposed my promotion and, in my opinion, set out to make trouble for me at every turn. It was a classic employment problem that all Vitis experience. Always things that can be attributed to some normal life's challenge, but they always keep happening on every job. I recall thinking, why is it that it's always some hater that seems to show up on every job I have? It's very easy to blame ourselves as the root cause. That is the program's goals by design. I have been successful on every job I have ever had. It is easy to think that this success would lead some to become jealous. For Vitis, jealousy of our achievements has nothing to do with it. These individuals are paid antagonists, and the perpetrators will always find a reason with plausible deniability built into them for their purpose to harass us. I was very successful in my new position, a top performer right out the gate. In December 2009, at the end of my first full year as project manager, I was paid a performance bonus of $43,000, the highest percentage of contract bonus for all project managers in my group for 2009. My clients were happy. My work came in under budget with profits substantially above my forecast goals. Yet the constant meddling from Mr. SC was too much. I had already asked my direct supervisor to step in and had talked about it to my manager months before. I decided that I needed to make my objections to my treatment more formal. So I spoke to my boss again. But this time I discussed my problems with some of the business practices as well. Seeing the way that my direct supervisor responded to my concerns and fearing repercussions, I consulted a labor attorney to figure out the best way to leave the firm without losing the benefits of my significant achievements. I delivered a letter, edited by my attorney, explaining my concerns, and the company launched what it called an investigation. On 5 February 2010, just 49 days, including a 2-week company-wide shutdown for Christmas, after being paid $43,000 for outstanding performance, I was terminated for poor performance. Their problem was, however, as you can see in their documents, good performance is a requirement to receive a performance bonus. After speaking again to my attorney, she and her associates convinced me to consider filing a whistleblower case called a key tam in the private sector. I did not want to file the key tam and resisted filing until August of 2010, only agreeing to move forward after finding out that on 2 separate occasions, companies had used my termination as a reason not to employ me. Moreover, in the last incident, the recruiter specifically told me that, quote, unkind things were said about me to keep me from getting a job. Out of frustration, I decided to move forward with the whistleblower suit. Little did I know that the recruiter's words were likely to set up to push me to file the whistleblower suit so that they could gain access to the evidence that I had in my possession, evidence which was part of the normal system backup most of us perform due to the time-sensitive nature of our duties. That is when the overt actions began. You see, in March 2010, I had noticed a strange stalling of the mouse on my computer at regular intervals. I mentioned that earlier in this video. I spoke with my attorney, fearing that my computer was hacked. She suggested that I take the computer to be checked out at Best Buy's Geek Squad, which I did, but they gave the computer a clean bill of health to my utter surprise. In December 2010, my previous suspicions were confirmed when changes in the computer's operations confirmed to me that my computer had been hacked. Subsequent computer forensics analysis, commissioned once again by my attorney, concluded that the first hacking intrusion incident occurred on 2 March 2010, which was the second business day after the final acceptance period ended for the severance offer from my former employer. As you can see, my 3 weeks consideration period to accept the severance package ended at midnight on Friday, 26 February, and my computer was hacked on the morning of the following Tuesday, the second business day. We filed the key tam, but it was not submitted until summer 2011. I was interviewed as the government's witness and relator, and there was a so-called subsequent investigation by the Department of Justice, DOJ for short. However, in the spring of 2012, according to my attorney, the DOJ concluded that there was no evidence to support going forward. For me, it was inconceivable that the evidence presented did not support the charges, although I learned later that the documents submitted as evidence, in my opinion, were significantly different from the final product that I reviewed and approved. This QTAM, in my opinion, was just a legal ploy to gain access to the incriminating information that I had on the government's co-conspirators as a direct result of hard drive backups that we all performed. My attorney's computer forensics expert confirmed the presence of malicious software on my PC and the date as stated above. All evidence seemed to perfectly point the finger at the former employer as being behind the hackings. But I immediately thought, why didn't the DOJ investigate the hack on my personal computer while they conduct an investigation on the same company for what I saw as federal crimes? That seemed to be a clear case of attempts to obstruct justice in a federal investigation. It didn't add up. On top of that, the forensics expert told me that the hard drive failed after he made the forensics copy of it. He then had the only evidence in its original form. I contacted him afterwards, and he said that he had discarded my hard drive backup and the forensics copy that he made of it and closed down the company. Yet he never gave me an opportunity to have a copy of the data that he transferred from my hard drive that he then also destroyed. Just as all of these shocking events were being finalized related to the whistleblower case, another employer, also an environmental management firm from San Francisco, had been in contact about working for them. These contacts began in March of 2012. Once again, I did not seek out the employer. Later, they even lied and said that I contacted them when they used a recruiter to find me. Then in June 2012, after 3 months of contacts, that employer all of a sudden wanted to hire me and wanted me to depart the country in a week, which was impossible. I was already pushed for time, and I was finalizing major renovations on my home as well. Here are pictures of my home and the transformation that I executed in blocks of time, mostly with my own hands, with the final push in the time that I was not employed full-time in 2010 and 2011. I've also since learned that the push to get me out of the country quickly had a likely primary reason, or at least reason 1A, was the fact that I had just 120 days after the initial unsealing of the whistleblower case to file a case in civil court for the obvious unlawful acts against me and against the American people by my former employer. I had no idea about this time restraint at the time, and I only discovered it in 2015. So tricking me into rushing out of the country for a job offer that I did not seek clearly limited, and in reality eliminated, my opportunity to file a case in civil court. You see, I was getting by as a realtor in a terrible housing market in 2011, selling houses when other new realtors at the time were giving up on home sales in that depressed market. At the time I was hired, I had about 4 houses in the sales pipeline, had made a number of sales already, and had lots of activity. However, the prospect of going back to a 6-figure salary was too tempting. So I accepted the job offer for the position in Kaiserslautern, Germany, in what would now be predictable, this new job ended in almost a mirror of the previous. I achieved tremendous success, but this time the firm simply lied and said that they only hired me for 2 years. They had no grounds to terminate me, and they did not try to fake it. Although I had endured many of the same harassments from a different individual, but this time I knew it was coming. I had even decided that my 6-figure job that allowed me to travel for work to Italy, Portugal, Belgium, and Germany was not worth the constant meddling from that person, so I submitted my resignation in October of 2012. My supervisor talked me out of it, saying once again that they would have a discussion with the other employee. My work was highly successful. I had gained additional work for the project based on my initiatives. Months later, I was asked to work on another project, writing instruction manuals for fuel systems around Europe. I was excited to take on the challenge. Little did I know that that was the last setup. This is where the hell began. In the months that followed, I survived the gamut of psychological warfare tactics, many of the things that I've discussed earlier. They included home invasions, where they came in, made it obvious that they had been there, but took nothing. My food and drink were laced with foreign materials that I suspect were nanomaterials, while my physical body was tortured by heat-generating direct energy weapons as well as electronically induced pain. All the time I did not understand it, but I knew that it was not in my head. The execution of these events was too sophisticated and choreographed to be an operation involving just me. Because I had been terrorized in 4 countries by now, the list of possible assailants was rapidly dwindling down to just one. I, like any American, held tightly to the notion that I just could not believe that my country would do this to me. Why would they? I served my nation with honor and distinction, vowed to give my life for her. None of it added up logically, and I had to find out why. So, employing my problem-solving skills, I set out to narrow the potential suspects to one, which by then was a shaky 3. I had documented as much as possible, and although much of that material had been lost to hacking and destruction of computer operating systems, I was up to 7 laptops and PCs by that point. I needed answers. After discovering the home break-ins, I flew to Berlin to seek assistance from the American Embassy. I informed them at the time that I thought that I was in danger and feared for my personal safety. After an interview by the diplomatic attaché in Germany, he said that he contacted the FBI in Frankfurt and told me that an agent would be assigned to the case as soon as I provided them with basic details of the events. They asked me to file a local report as well. I did. After returning from Berlin, starting on or about 10 February, I sent the details in a series of emails, including pictures, copies of forensics analysis, and statements as requested. The FBI in Germany did not contact me. Their director only contacted me after I said that I would go public on 18 March if he did not contact me. The director said that he could not help and suggested that I contact the Army Inspector General. I was horrified at this disregard for an American citizen who reported to them that he thinks his life is in danger and had solid evidence to support the claim. There is much more to this horrendous chain of events. Those details are just scratching the surface of the wide range of bizarre things that they did to me while I was in Europe. Time will not allow me to go deeper at this time. One thing is for sure, however, even with my limited understanding at the time, The entire chain of events simply did not fit into what most would consider to be normal actions against anyone. None of this added up. I wanted to know why and who, so I reached out to every organization that I thought reasonable, and none would provide assistance. Even with my limited understanding of the reasons for the events at the time, I had compiled this document. It contains 347 pages of fully organized and evidence-supported documentation of what had transpired up until this point. The headquarters, United States Air Forces in Europe Inspector General's representative and Senator Bill Nelson's office received this entire document, while some others received details summaries of its contents. Here's the complete list of organizations I contacted. U.S. Air Force Office of Special Investigations, Army Central Investigation Division, Inspector General for the Department of Justice, Headquarters U.S. Air Forces in Europe Inspector General, the Office of Senator Bill Nelson, the Office of Senator Dianne Feinstein, Center for Public Integrity, the ACLU of Florida, Amnesty International, media outlets such as MSNBC, ABC News, the New York Times, the International New York Times, Reporters Without Borders, the Center for Investigative Reporting. For some or all of these organizations, rejecting some or all of this information could be conceivable. However, for all but Senator Nelson to ignore the correspondence altogether, with only a response from the ACLU that they could not assist, is highly suspicious. The constant harassment 24/7, 365 is the life of a Vitae. In the case of actual Vitais, entire communities are formed around us, people who find ways into our friends and followers' networks, whose sole job is to manage your social life, to steer you away from any meaningful progress at escaping the grip of the world of remote neuromonitoring. It is a manufactured world, a matrix-like existence designed to keep the victim afloat while the operators continue their weapons testing and data collection. A few months ago, I used my professional experience and expertise to estimate the cost to execute the known operations against me, and estimated that it cost about $300,000 per month to monitor and control me. I will explain these calculations in a later presentation, but the numbers are staggering and likely on the low side in my case. Yet, consider this. I am just one of hundreds, perhaps thousands or more in this program. Having said that, one simple question drives the point home like no other. My central point is that these programs and this presentation are not just about me. Why would our government spend hundreds of millions, even billions, of what are likely black budget tax dollars on a program unless they plan to use it on more people than just me? This is a billion-dollar industry where the incentives of money and power drive the wheels of complicity at all levels. It is my personal view that within these R&M programs, the organizers decide as soon as we are chosen which group of tactics they will use to tarnish our reputations, making us less likely to be seen in a favorable light once we become aware of what they have done to us. I'm not too proud to say that I fell prey to these manipulations of opportunity. Having transferred to Zaragoza, Spain in 1980, I was around 20 years old. Then around 1984, one of my first honeypot relationships told me about a local casino and took me there to check it out. I'd never heard of it. My experience with games of chance were limited. I had played a little bingo, but I had never even seen a casino. She took me there and I enjoyed the experience. A few weeks later, I returned and played roulette, which was the only game that I understood at the time. I had gotten paid that day, and unfortunately, I lost almost everything that I made that pay period. I panicked. Without rent or anything else paid, I thought, like some people who have played a game of chance, if I could only get even, I will never play again. So I wrote a check and started to spend the money that I had in my tiny savings. I lost again, then again, and again, until I did not have the money to cover the checks, which would take 3 or 4 days to clear because they were cashed on base at a military finance center. I deposited money into the account with some small earnings. This took weeks, went in a little, but never enough to cover the checks. Then a check bounced, and the game was over. My desperation to hide a small problem of money had produced a much greater problem, more withdrawals from my account than I had in it. I admitted what had happened, and the military pressed charges for the return checks. It took months for my parents to raise the money to help me to pay off the checks. But I was still punished under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. My final punishment saw me reduced in rank from E5 to E3. I was heavily fined and held in restrictions on my liberty as punishment. I quickly gained free movement around the base. I still worked a little, but I was not able to do much in my normal job because my security clearance was suspended. I kept busy volunteering to take care of an animal shelter, and I worked out. It was a hard lesson. I was returned to full duty, and my security clearance was restored. In 1986, I left Spain for a fresh start in a new base, having served until then without any medals for outstanding performance because I had departed my first duty station as a trainee, and then because the trouble in Spain took away that possibility for the 6 years that I was stationed there. Yet, by the time of my retirement, less than 20 years later, for individual performance, I was one of the most decorated airmen you would meet. I had 3 Air Force Meritorious Service Medals, a Joint Service Commendation Medal, 3 Air Force Commendation Medals, a Joint Service Achievement Medal, and 2 Air Force Achievement Medals, all of which are associated with singularly outstanding contributions to the mission to protect the United States. I also earned a Humanitarian Service Medal, one of which President Clinton visited our operations center in Einsiedlerhof, Germany, and thanked each of us individually, walking to each office and shaking hands. I earned 5 other service medals, as well as 8 lower-level military decorations. Along the way, I earned outstanding performance recognition also, twice earning outstanding senior non-commissioned officer of the quarter, and then 3rd Air Force Fuels Superintendent of the Year. I earned honors as Distinguished Graduate from Non-Commissioned Officer Academy, and in the same class was voted by my peers and staff instructors for the Commandant's Award, which is the highest award for outstanding leadership in the mid-level academy training. I also earned Outstanding Non-Commissioned Officer of the Quarter and went on to be selected as Outstanding Non-Commissioned Officer of the Year in my unit. I served my country with distinction, not fully understanding that through it all, perceptions of me, even with my tremendous success, were being covertly controlled and manipulated within my unit even then. With me, they control the narrative. It is the simplistic theme of a complex system. The implications of the ability to remotely monitor and even control human thought and behavior are profound. From a human rights standpoint, I struggle to find a human rights violation that even approaches the scope and gravity of the egregious invasions into the human mind, sights, and sounds of another human being's body. This invasion is the stuff of the most disturbing science fiction novel, yet it is absolutely real and happening in the cover of darkness every day. It would be easy for someone who is not directly affected by these crimes to be disturbed by what I have presented, but feel separated from these problems. I assure you that mode of thinking could not be more wrong. From a Vitae standpoint, how do you defend yourself against assailants who know your every thought? How is private legal counsel provided when the attackers literally sit in with the Vitae in any legal representations during defense planning? Information dominance in all things is their mission. But let's shift away from us current victims. What about you? Remember, I said in the beginning that this was not just about me. This is about you. What does unlimited access to the human mind mean that you have not yet considered? The billions of dollars spent on these programs are not an exercise to see how much money they can spend. There's a purpose. What are the implications of access to every thought, every word that enters any mind on earth? It is the ability to know your computer password. It is the ability to know your bank account number and the balance. It is the ability to know your home security system password, making it impossible to detect intrusions when you're away. It is the ability to know your plans for a business startup, your invention, and all the steps you have planned to bring them to market. It is the ability to know your plans to buy or sell stock and the rationale for each action. It is the ability to know your favorite position in bed and who you would prefer to have to share it. It is the ability to know what you will testify in court, and more importantly, what you do not want to say. It is the ability to know what you really think about your mother-in-law, your co-worker, your boss, or your neighbor. It is the ability to know what you did last month, last year, or what you plan to do in the next 30 minutes, next month, or next year. It is every thought that you ever have about anything, every word that you ever say, every sight that you ever see for the rest of your life. The human mind has no firewall. We, the Vitaes, are in a battle, thus far a losing effort. But we cannot give up, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. I speak the truth, but I am by far not the first or the best to do so. In 2007, then Missouri Legislative Representative Jim Guest said this in a letter to his colleagues. This letter is to ask for your help for the many constituents in our country who are being affected unjustly by electronic weapons, torture, and covert harassment groups. Serious privacy rights violations and physical injuries have been caused by the activities of these groups and their use of so-called non-lethal weapons on men, women, and even children. This letter is to current President Trump as produced by other members in the community. This letter bears about 150 names, mine included, asking the president to launch an investigation. I am told that it was sent to the White House, but I cannot substantiate this because I was not involved in writing it or sending it. I signed it as a show of support for the effort. As horrifying as these facts are, they are just the tip of the iceberg. We have to learn to pay attention, even when we do not necessarily agree with the ideological stance of the particular group or person. Listening or just paying attention is still important. One of my favorite supervisors when I was stationed in Royal Air Force Mildenhall, England, once said something that reshaped my view of the world and the people around me from that point forward. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, "You know, Ken, no matter what you think of a person, we must remember that we can learn something from anyone. Sometimes the lesson may be how to do things right, and sometimes the lesson may be what not to do." Now, I'm not a conservative, but I sometimes listen to Fox News. One particular segment has been one of my favorites over the years, and it has gotten considerable press. For a network that typically oozes nationalist views, Judge Napolitano was very brave in expressing these poignant views.
Does the government work for us or do we work for the government? Tonight, what if the Constitution no longer applied? What if the whole purpose of the Constitution was to limit the government? What if Congress's enumerated powers in the Constitution no longer limited Congress, but were actually used as a justification to extend Congress's authority over every realm of human life? What if the president, meant to be an equal to Congress, has instead become a democratically elected, term-limited monarch? What if the president assumed that everything he did was legal just because he's the president? What if he could interrupt your regularly scheduled radio and TV programming for a special message from him? What if he could declare war on his own? What if he could read your emails and your texts without a search warrant? What if he could kill you without warning? What if Supreme Court justices no longer looked to the Constitution to determine the constitutionality of a law, but rather simply to what justices who preceded them thought about it? What if the rights and principles guaranteed in the Constitution have been so distorted in the past 200 years as to be unrecognizable by the founders? What if the 50 states were no longer sovereign entities, equals to each other, and parents of the federal government they voluntarily constituted? What if the states were mere provinces of a totally nationalized and fully centralized government? What if the Constitution was amended stealthily, not by constitutional amendments duly ratified by the states, but by the constant and persistent expansion of the federal government's role in our lives? What if the federal government decided if its own powers were proper and constitutional? What if the Constitution were no longer the supreme law of the land? What if you needed a license from the government to speak, to assemble, or to protest against the government? What if the government didn't like what you planned to say, and so it didn't give you the license? What if the right to keep and bear arms only applied to the government? What if posse comitatus, the federal law that prohibits our military from occupying our streets, were no longer in effect? What if the government considered the military an adequate dispenser of domestic law enforcement? What if cops looked and acted like troops and you couldn't distinguish the military from the police? What if you were not secure in your person, in your papers, and in your property? What if federal agents could write their own search warrants in defiance of the Constitution? What if the government could decide when you were and were not entitled to a jury trial? What if the government could take your property whenever it wanted? What if the government could continue prosecuting you until it got the verdict it wanted? What if the government could force you to testify against yourself simply by labeling you a domestic terrorist? What if the government could torture you until you said what the government wanted to hear? What if people running for president actually supported torture? What if the government tortured your children to get to you? What if government judges and government lawyers intimidated juries into convicting the innocent? What if the government could send you to your death and your innocence meant nothing so long as the government's procedures were followed? What if America's prison population, the largest in the world, was a cruel and unusual way for a country to be free? What if half the prison population never harmed anyone but themselves? What if the people had no rights except those the government chose to let them have? What if the states had no rights except to do as the federal government commanded? What if our elected officials didn't really live among us, but instead all had their hearts and homes in Washington, D.C.? What if the government could strip you of your rights because of where your mother was when you were born? What if the income tax was unconstitutional? What if the states were convinced to give up their representation in Congress? What if the government tried to ban you from using a substance in your body that is older than the government itself? What if voting didn't mean anything anymore because both political parties stand for big government? What if the government could write any law, regulate any behavior, and tax any event? The Constitution be damned. What if the government was the reason we don't have a Constitution anymore? What if you could love your country but hate what the government has done to it? What if sometimes to love your country you had to alter or abolish the government? What if Jefferson was right? What if that government is best which governs least? What if I'm right? What if the government is wrong? What if it is dangerous to be right when the government is wrong? What if it is better to perish fighting for freedom than to live as a slave? What if freedom's greatest hour of danger is now?
So you can just take these facts and lock them away in your security vault of cognitive dissonance. You can just accuse me of being mentally ill. Or you can face the unimaginable truth as I did on 29 September 2015. There's an entirely different and frightening world around us, hiding in plain sight. The technological advances involved with the wonders of exploring the human mind are unparalleled gifts that has, unfortunately, but perhaps predictably, been turned into a deeply disturbing violation of the ultimate human right, the right to be free in our own thoughts, desires, likes, dislikes, hopes, dreams, and aspirations. Our mind is our own, and no one has the right to hack it, especially not without our permission. So who cares enough to ask the question, why? I believe that I have made a strong case that not only are these crimes very real, but they have been happening to me and hundreds of others like me every day of America's inaction. In my case, ask yourself logically, who would reach out to so many organizations in the law enforcement community for assistance if that individual had broken any laws? What about the information that I have presented that I believe is factual, well supported, and verifiable, leads you to believe that I am mentally ill or impaired? I am not mentally impaired, and no acts, legal or moral, have landed me in the situation to face the atrocities that I have endured. If history is a good teacher, some heartless paid disinformation agent will be willing to spend this into something other than a victimized American citizen exercising his right of free speech and my request for the rights guaranteed under the Constitution for equal protection under the law. To my face, their only defense has been to ignore me. After all, apparently, they seem to believe that we victims of R&M are their slaves and they can do whatever they want to us. Behind my back, hiding behind their secret orders, evidence points to their defense of lie and deny, creating their own imaginary world about me to hide their illegal acts. Previously, I reached out on multiple occasions, and I reached out again. This time to you, my fellow good-hearted Americans. In this presentation, I speak out to the entire world, hoping just one person will have the courage to do what I cannot, and that is to stand up and say, why are you doing this to our fellow Americans? Recently, a brave young senator by the name of Cory Booker spoke passionately about the plight of DECA recipients, quoting the immortal words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
You're under oath. You and others in that room that suddenly cannot remember. It was Martin Luther King that said, there's nothing in this world more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. And so here we are in the United States of America. And we have a history that is beautiful and grand and also ugly, where from this nation to others, we know what happens when people sit by and are bystanders and say nothing. Your silence and your amnesia is complicity.
Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. With this video, for anyone within the sound of my voice, ignorance has been eliminated as your defense. Fellow members of our former republic, Senator Bill Nelson, Dianne Feinstein, and now Cory Booker, because of your own words, nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. History draws upon the words of one of our earliest spokesmen for the cause of freedom, British statesman, parliamentary orator, and political thinker Edmund Burke challenged contemporary views of how a government should comport itself with regard to human rights long before the founders of this great nation laid pen to paper to form the greatest document for freedom that the world has ever known, our Constitution. You see, centuries later, some have finally recognized that Burke championed the cause of freedom for the fledgling collection of 13 colonies formed in the New World called America. In dealing with the new American colonies, Burke argued that the British government had acted in an unwise and inconsistent manner, urging that the king should consider the moral principles of the demands of the new colony rather than clinging to their narrow legalism of American taxation simply because it was the king's right to do so. For me, the parallels are striking. Our current government seems to believe that they have the right to conduct human testing because some misinterpreted law makes human testing legal in the United States. Slavery was once legal in America. Where does the line between legal and moral become blurred with wrong and immoral? We stand at that threshold, in my opinion. Who is willing to join me and say, this is not right? The facts are indisputable. The new mind control programs are real and may be the largest, most horrifying open secret in human history. Thousands of victims are prisoners without walls, suffering without a voice, studied and tortured until their life ends under the pretext of a string of elaborate lies. The truth is stranger than fiction. Perhaps one of Burke's most famous quotes is relevant here. The only thing necessary for triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.